Hello, everybody. What's up? Welcome in. Trying out a new, I imported all the Twitch things over to, OBS. So it's kind of nice having just one window for it all. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully we don't run into any issues with that. But yeah, welcome in. Hope everyone's doing good. We're gonna be working on stuff today that I was too tired to do on Wednesday. So I'm tired, but I'm not brain dead tired, so we should be able to actually do things. The thing that I really wanted to do was fix the add item function. It does mean that we're gonna have to go and run through all the different places where we rely on the returning false behavior or whatever, but it shouldn't be too bad. I think we can do it. There's a couple places I can think of where we definitely use that. I know we definitely use it in the item pickups, and I think we use it in the space elevator. So those are the ones I can think of. There might be more, but I can just search by, you know, if add item or whatever, and it should show us. So yeah. Ooh, ow. That hurt. I munched on a memento and it like jabbed into my gums really hard. Ow. Yeah, that really hurt. What's up, Oshik? How's it going? Ow, man, that hurt. Ow. Yeah, that really hurt. Okay. Youch. Alright. But yeah. I wanted to work on custom skins also today. It's like still hurting. Oh. Youch. Okay. I'll survive. Man, I don't know how I did that. That was a little silly. Alright. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started on things. Alright, so let's do the inventory stuff first. Get that out of the way. So this is the function, add item. It's a little stupid how it works because it just randomly returns instead of just checking multiple times, which is dumb, right? And I guess I can understand why. I mean, because you gotta keep checking if the item can be inserted, but it is a little stupid, this check item function, because we could probably optimize this add item function by kind of integrating this, because here's the thing, it loops through the entire inventory, right? And it checks if it can be added. So the thing is that we check if it can be added, and then down here, we loop through the entire inventory and check if it can be added. Right? Doesn't that seem stupid? So I don't know why I'm doing that. Really what I need to do is just return the index at which it can be added and then do it, you know? That's probably gonna be a better method. I also did one that was safe check. I don't remember what the difference was or why we had to do it. So if it's less than 0. Okay, so safe check item is like checking an entire inventory of where it can be added. So safe check's a little different because it doesn't like Because it'll subtract the amount. So it can't really like return one index, right? Because it's gonna loop through multiple indexes. So safe check has its place. I don't think I can really emulate anything quite like that. Yeah. Because really I need this one. Because it's going to look through the inventory, check if it can insert, check the filter, check if it's null, all that business, right? So then in add item, I say, yeah. So it should work to do check item. Or to like, I don't know, make it less stupid. Maybe I could have this return the index at which it found it can be added, right? Yeah, that might be the best method. Although it's a little weird, because, okay, the scenario in which this doesn't work is when an item can go into another item, right? Because it's like, okay, what it can do here. Oh, inventory is null. We're fine. But here, it doesn't necessarily have to be less than stack size. You know what I mean? Because let's say, so yeah, I started opening up all the stuff for the skins. Here's an example scenario. Right. We have our inventory over here. Let's disable anti-aliasing. Well, here, let's just say we have a couple slots here. So we have two slots. One is like 60 items or whatever, let's say, right? Let's say we're trying to put a 99 stack in. So here's the problem with our check item function, is that it's going to say, oh, the amount is not less than the stack size, so go ahead and return false, right? Now, it will check that this one's open, but let's just say that we have two stacks of 60, right? And then let's say this amount is not that, but like, let's say it's 40. Right, so it would stack to 100, obviously, in one stack, but... Because what happens is it says, oh, 60 plus 40 is 100, which is greater than our stack size of 99. So it fails, it returns false, right? But that's actually not how that should work. Because, the thing is that it can add 39 here, and then 1 here. So it actually can go into the inventory. And that's why a safe check is better, because it actually takes that into account, where it'll just subtract the amount, right? And then if it's less than 0, it'll return true. So, I don't know. I feel like there's a better way to do this, right? Seems a little stupid how it's working right now. Because I don't necessarily have to check an add item. Because, okay, so add item, it returning true or false is just saying the item is gone now, right? It doesn't necessarily mean the item was... nothing happened, right? So that's something to keep note. Because there can be a case like this where you have those two slots, 60, but now this one is 99. So it was able to add 40 in here, or 39. So you're left with 1 over here, right? Because 39 went in here. So that's okay if it returns false in that case. if I can optimize add item, it's going to optimize a lot of things. It's going to optimize the movers, which would be really good. Because, yeah, it just seems weird to me, because check item, we're just checking if it can be added. Right? But then we basically check it again. Because we loop through, and we try and add it to a null item. Right, it just seems really weird to me. So, I think I should get rid of the check item thing, because I just don't think we actually need to check if we can add it, because it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's either it adds or it doesn't, I think. So let's just, yeah. And if there's a case where we really want to make sure we can actually add it before we do it, that's where we use the safe check, right? The safe check item. And I think that just makes more sense. I don't even know where I would use check item then, because it seems like a stupid function. That's dumb. I am going to do some heavy testing with this, though, because this does change core behaviors of the game. So, I don't know. It might break everything. Who knows? So I'm going to have to make sure it doesn't. Could be problematic. Okay. But anyways, let's figure this out. So, I am just going to go ahead and say... Yeah, I guess if it gets to here and it can't be added... Right, because it's going to try and do this all it can. But if it gets to this spot and then it can't be added, that's when we actually do return, right? So let's make sure that this is going to work. So we say add item. We're going to loop through the entire inventory. We're going to say check the slot filter. That's just saying, like, make sure it's the right item in the right slot. If it's null... maybe I should also do check if it's not null before I do that, right? Because that'll probably be a little bit of a performance improvement. Because there could be inventories where there's a lot of null slots. And so it's just like filtering those ones out right off the bat, instead of running this function on them before. Right, because it's going to do all this stuff. Okay. So, then it's going to say if it's the same item in that slot, then get the stack size. If it's less than the stack size, then that means you can actually add to that slot, right? So then what we're going to say is if the amount is less than or equal to stack size minus the amount, then that means that we can add it in one go, right? So it's easy. We just say return true, emit the inventory thing, and we're done. Otherwise, what it's going to do is start subtracting the amount, right? The difference. So it's going to try and do that for every slot first before it ever gets to this one. So this is like, if we ever return false, it will have done all of this code. Then next, it's going to check the empty slots. So it's going to loop through, check the slot filter, but let's actually check if it's null first. Then we get our stack size. So this is here what we do. So we say, if item amount is less than stack size, right? We're going to say, set it to be a new item, inventory change, item added, dot emit original item, and then return true, right? So that will say, yeah, the item was added successfully and it's gone, so we're good. Now here I don't want to return false because I think that's the issue that I was running into, because it's making it exit early. Because I want this to keep running until it's actually less than stack size and is added, right? Because it'll say amount minus stack size every time. Inventory changed. I will put that down here. Hopefully it returns true before that happens, right? So this one means it was fully added. Now, here's the case where it gets a little tricky, right? Because it'll do, this is where we have a partial addition. So it's kind of tricky to know actually how much was added. That's what we're gonna do down here. So this is sort of where we need to keep track of the item amount, I think. So we have original item. Now what we can do is basically just compare it against the amount, right? So var difference is item.amount. So the amount was added is going to be, let's say we started with 600 minus 400, so that's how much was actually added. So it's going to be original item dot amount minus item amount, and then we're just going to say if difference is greater than 0, then do this stuff, right? Okay, so this should work pretty well, because then we actually emit the right amount and stuff. So we duplicate that at the beginning. So I'm just going to say original item dot amount is equal to difference, and then emit it. So we'll only actually emit it if, you know, there was any real difference here. So yeah, this is the case where it doesn't actually add all of the item, and then it returns false at the end. So we should be good. And it should run way faster now, too, that we don't have to do check item again. Because it just doesn't seem to make sense. Because we're checking all the slots anyways. It's weird that we run check item just to return what? Information about what we already figured out ourselves, right? So yeah, it was just kind of stupid. But this should be better now. So we are gonna have to change the behavior of all those different spots though. Like in if we go to our item, I believe. We might actually not have to change anything, but I do want to take a look at this and make sure. So gone is that. So that's actually correct. But I don't necessarily want to make it gone, right? Because I only play the pickup when it's fully gone, but that's not what I want to do. But I guess I can't check. Because it can return, I won't know if it's partial. I guess it's false if it's partial, but it's also false if it's 0, right? So that's kind of the tricky part. I mean, in these cases, I could return true. No, it does return a bool, though. Could I do this? It's like I need to return 3 different things, right? Because I want to return true if item was fully consumed, false if it was partially consumed, and then another third thing if it was not consumed at all, right? I don't know. Trying to think how I could do that. I mean, I could just return like a constant or an integer, right? Although I don't really like that. What does a -1 evaluate to? Is it false or true? I presume that it's true? I don't actually know though. That's kind of a good question. Because I just don't like how this is set up, because basically this stuff won't play unless you fully consume the item. But that kind of doesn't make sense, because it means that in the cases where you just get some, it doesn't actually do anything, which is just wrong. Just out of curiosity, I'm actually going to print out like what -1 is. So let's just go to the process event. I'm just curious, because if it's false, then that's good. Because I always wanted to return something that evaluates to false when it failed, right? But then also that evaluates to false when it did a partial. I mean, yeah, I could change it so just that it returns whatever. I could return a string that says true or whatever, condition 1. But that's slow and stupid, and then that means I have to change all the code. If I can just return a number, if -1 evaluates to false, then that means... Also, actually, I just said print -1. I don't know what that's going to print. I think it's just going to print -1. I need to evaluate that to a bool. Okay. Taking a minute. I need to clean up these scripts. Okay. So what is it printing? I think this is going to be printing -1 a bunch. If it would load. Gotta wait. Okay, yeah. So we need to say bool. I think it's gonna print false, but I don't know. Oh no, it is true. So yeah, there's no way to really something that evaluates to false, but yeah. Oh well, I guess we're just gonna have to change the function everywhere. I don't like to, but I need to know when the difference is changed. I mean, there is one option for that, having to change it. I think the really only place where that matters is the item. So what we could do is get the data. So last data is data.duplicate, right? we remember what the data was, run the function, and then we check it after. So if gone. So I want this stuff to do. So if data.amount is not equal to last data.amount, right? Then it'll do that stuff, and then if it was fully picked up, it'll say gone. It'll queue free. Okay, I mean, that works, and then we don't have to do stupid weird stuff here and change it to an integer. So I think that'll be fine. Okay. Do I do check item here? Okay, so I do actually use check item in some cases where I don't want the safe check. Because this one, not all of the item will be able to fit in, but partially, right? So I guess that makes sense. I don't know if this duplicate function is really slow, being completely honest. I don't know. Hopefully it's not that slow. I mean, this only happens if the player is actually next to the item, so it can't be that bad. Snooze that ad. Alright, so that should work. Then I think I do something like that. That's if it's a heart. We just heal up. Okay. I think we're good. And actually, we need to do the same thing up here. And force pickup. What I need to do is just make a function called pickup. Then we got save data, not data. All right, so it'll do check that, check the amount stuff. All right, so item should be good. It should work, hopefully. Okay. Next thing we're gonna check is all the other places where we say add item. There's gonna be a lot of them, but there's actually not too many. I mean, we can get through these. So this is a stupid one, right? This is one of the ones that was like, just stupid. Because we say if player inventory get count, right? Coins is that. If safe check, this is where it's stupid. We say remove amount, but then we say while not add item. That's just dumb. That's some of the conditions I want to get rid of with this change, right? Now I can just say add item because it'll loop through until it can't add any more items. So if safe check was true here, then we know that we can add all the items in this function. All right, so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to change that, because it was really stupid. That's a different function, I think. Add item. Yeah, no, that's different. And then we do the same stupid thing here. So get rid of that. So this one was actually fine. We say safe check, then add item. So this one's no big deal. This is just adding one item of water. So target elevator, I think this was one of them. All right, this is one of the ones that was kind of stupid. So this is the send items function. Okay, I'm gonna clean up some of this code. This is inside of the space elevator. And I think I remember doing some stupid stuff in here for this. Power consumption. So I think it's like on leave or something here is where it does it. Yeah, if it's leaving, then it'll say send items. Then what does the comeback? So it'll just say, try to do this stuff. So it's going to say for I in global elevator list. Basically, that's finding the elevator, right? If send list is greater than 0, then it's going to pick a random one. For slot index and range, target elevator. So it's looping through the entire slot, saying if building inventory is not null. If check item, add item, and say that one's null. So that's weird. I don't know why I do it this way, because I don't need to run check item. Because it just either works or it doesn't, right? So I don't think I want this to work this way. It just seems weird that I'm doing it like this, right? I'm just going to say for index and inventory and building inventory. Dot inventory data dot size. Go ahead and say target elevator dot add item. At slot index or at index. So what this will do, I don't have to do all this garbage. Then I'll just say if add item, which means it was fully removed. Well, what I need to check here is if the item amount is less than 0. Right? Because I don't think add item will actually set it to 0. So if building inventory dot data at index amount is less than or equal to 0, then go ahead and say inventory data at index is equal to null. Okay. So just to confirm, let's go back to our inventory component. But I'm pretty sure this will never set anything to null. It'll just decrease the amount and stuff, but it doesn't actually delete items. You have to do that yourself, which is good, because you need to be able to check stuff. So I guess that's sort of the way that we can see if it actually consumed items or not. Yeah. Fine. So yeah, before we did all this stuff, for some reason we said for slot index and range target elevator. And then we say if our item is not null, we actually do have to check that. I don't know, it was just weird that we were using the target elevator inventory for that, but this seems better. So for index and that, let's say if our index is not null, then we're going to say target elevator.add item instead of saying check item. And then if the amount is less than 0, which means it was all consumed, set the amount to null. Okay. So I think that should be fine then for that one. Don't see how that would be an issue. So I guess with the elevator, what happens is that it will go up and send the items and then come back down, regardless. So it'll try once and then give up. So when it comes back down, it won't leave again until it actually has items right here, right? So it'll say don't actually leave unless you're empty. Or no, not that one. This one, if you're not empty, right? So that'll be fine, actually. That should work just fine. We're gonna test all these things that we change, but it should be okay. I'll just start writing a list of things we need to check, which is gonna be like items, elevator. So conveyor tunnel, I don't think this matters, because it just says add item, if result, yeah. Okay. So I don't have to worry about any of that stuff because the splitters and movers are just one item, so you don't actually need to even worry about what it returns, really. Basically, result will just be whether it added or didn't, so. Mover should be fine. Add item entry is fine. So item preview, this will say target.add item. So that'll just do a shift click. Yeah. So that's actually interesting. It might change the shift click behavior. Shift click, large stack to small inventory. So we're gonna check that. So item, we already did that one. Three component, conveyor, then B. Oh, we do, is there an erase function now? Inventory.erase. I mean, that's interesting. Or that's an array though, right? Yeah, inventory is an array, so we just say erase it. Because this doesn't necessarily have like an inventory component, this B, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, I think that's everything. I think I checked everything that can do it. And then also just to make sure, I'll check shop, inventory, purchase stuff. Alright, so this will be interesting. Let's give it a try. So let's restart the game just to be safe. I'm also gonna go ahead and close all these other stupid tabs. Hopefully this will make a minor impact on performance. It's not gonna be like enormously faster or anything, but it'll be a little bit better. Okay, let's do just a load game, this one. Okay. Man, there's like nobody on the stream today. He said it's Valentine's Day, people probably have better things to do. Okay. So this will be interesting to try out. Let's drop a bunch of items. Okay, so for some reason those pickup noises did not play, which I find very odd. Because it should play. Hold on. Let's check the item script. Something's wrong. Because we say last data is that. Right, and then we say gone is that. Oh, it might be because if we actually add the item, it doesn't decrease the amount. But I probably should make it do that. Right, like right here, this is the issue. I have to say item dot amount is equal to 0. Right, I think that's our issue. Same with down here. Just say item.amount is 0. Okay. That should be fine. Let's try that again. Let's make sure it does. There we go. So that should also work then now if we have like a large stack. It should also happen instantly now instead of being like every frame like it was before. It was kind of weird. So let's drop all our items. Okay. So I'm going to create a large stack of items. I'm going to say give snow 999 or something. So even if we only pick up a little bit of the stone, it should still do a pop. Yeah, see, which is intended. Okay, so let's drop all that garbage again. So shift clicking might be a little different now. Because I know before with a big inventory, it would just do one thing. Alright, but now if I shift click, I think it'll put, like, try and fill the whole inventory. Yeah. Which isn't necessarily an issue. It's interesting, to say the least. Maybe that's better? Because shift clicking is supposed to be, like, getting the whole stack, right? Anyways. Because if you really want one stack, you can just do, like... You can click it up and left-click it in. So... I think that's going to be better, then, actually. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Because that's how it works in, like, Minecraft, I think. I mean, you won't really have many cases in Minecraft, though, where the stack is more than the item. But in this game, you do. Yeah, I think it's fine. So what are the other things we need to check? Items seem to be completely fine. We checked this, so that'll do, like, different behavior now, which is okay. Maybe it's actually better. So we need to check the elevator, and then also the shop inventory stuff. So let's go check the shop. Okay, so let's just buy some stuff. Here, let's go buy stuff from this fella. Give myself a bunch of coins. So let's just buy as much stone as we possibly can. So as soon as it can't put the stone in, it should get grayed out. And it looks like I actually don't have enough money. So hey, what's up, Noel? How's it going? Welcome in. Okay, yeah, so it can't add in 99 items, even though I can... Oh, actually, it could be that I just can't afford it. Here, let's do this. Okay, so we're gonna try and add in... Yeah, like 1 is fine, but then if we do too much... Okay, that is actually a bug. But that's why we're checking. See, because it can show that we can purchase that amount, but it doesn't make any sense because we can't. Okay, I guess it shows that we can, but it just doesn't... I think it would be better if we can't insert the item or can't afford it, it would just be grayed out. Right? Because also, like, okay, let's do an amount that we can't afford, like 113. Okay, well, we can't... It won't let us do more than that, I guess. Which is always an arbitrary limit. We don't actually have to do that now. We can just make it whatever we want. And I'm pretty sure that this is already working. The stock market stuff. Doing good? Nice, nice. Hope your Valentine's Day is going well. Yeah, this is definitely weird. Right, because I mean, it doesn't break, which is good, but it shouldn't work like that. I think it should, like, gray out if you can't add it, right? I don't know. This is what I think. I mean, let's see if it would be easy to do that. We already have it set up with purchase success, which is good. Question, does my world I made before the update work with the new update? Yes, it does. I'm always pretty careful about that stuff because I know how much it sucks when you have like a big long-term world and it breaks whenever the new update comes out. But yeah, it'll absolutely work. You can get all the fishing rod stuff and animals just fine. So yeah. Whenever I do make changes like that where it does break the world, I'll either announce it if it's like a thing I can't fix, but otherwise I will usually add code to automatically convert your world. So it's just nice to do it that way. I don't want people's worlds to get corrupted, because I know that can happen a lot with like Minecraft and stuff. There are the only cases I think where like issues actually come up with that is going to be with new terrain generation. If that happens, that would kind of break things. And I don't necessarily mean like decoration generation, but just the actual terrain itself. I probably won't do that for a while at least. I have thought about adding in some more terrain types and stuff and options. But I probably could get it set up to where it wouldn't corrupt your world. It would just wouldn't be the new terrain, which is fine. I don't know. I'll have to see on that. One day though, I wouldn't worry about it. At that point, hopefully it's probably a good idea to start a new one anyways. Okay, so I'm just gonna make sure that this is working. So this will only happen on the server. So it's gonna check this stuff. If we have enough coins, then do it. If safe check, remove the amount and add it. So it's actually completely fine. So the problem is in process where we're checking if... Alright, this is the thing here. So basically I'm checking if we have enough items or enough coins. Right, so that's working, but it's not checking if it's going to give us too many items back, which is kind of dumb. Not already unlocked. I'll just say safe check item. I know I do that for the stock market, for the trading terminal. Right, because I think I create... Let's go to the process for that. Yeah, so, see, I do, if player item count is greater than item amount. It actually doesn't matter for coins on that one, so I guess it's easier in that sense. Because it's just either, oh, they go in or they don't, or whatever, so. But this one I do need to change the behavior of. So. Hey, Skelos, what's up? How's it going? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Same old, yeah. I feel that. Starting that already? Which one? Oh, the custom skin stuff, or? Oh, the yawning. I'm sorry. I yawn a lot, because I'm always tired. I haven't been yawning that much today, though. Don't worry about it. Wednesday was an exception. That was an extreme yawning session, because I was so tired. My body was screaming at me, go to sleep. So, I'm fine though. Today I'm not completely exhausted, which is nice. Take the wins where you can get them. Oh no. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's think. What I want to do is make it so that the button for purchasing an item is disabled when you can't actually fit that number of items in your inventory. Right, if that makes any sense. So what I have with this, with the shop, we have an item ID. We have the coin amount and then the item amount. So I can check. Total cost. So that's if you're buying, and then if you're selling, the item amount is greater than the item amount? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You can't actually sell something if you don't have any of it. Hey, Louis, what's up? Welcome in. Okay, I just need to do a better check on this. It's gonna be a little complicated, but I need to do it. Sorry, now I'm self-conscious about my yawning. It was more of like a breathe in, though, less than a yawn. So what I need to do is, yeah. What I need to do is like check the player inventory. Good, finished my task for today. Can head to sleep soon. Nice. We love sleep around here. But me, I'm just working on some minor inventory stuff with Starground right now, actually. For a long time in the game, how the add item function for inventory components worked was it was like, so it loops through this list of squares, right, of the inventory slots, and it just tries to insert the item, right? So it's like, okay, let's check if it can go in here, in here. So how it used to work is that as soon as it found a slot that it could go into, like this, it'll just return. It'll return the function and stop trying. But it's kind of a problem for times where stack sizes are large. Because let's say that you have a stack size of 600 items or something, right? So yeah, I can add it in here, but the problem is that there's more items. It'll return too early. So I basically changed the function so it'll actually loop through and add it to each slot if it overflows the stack size, right? So, because you have a stack size of 99 in the player inventory at least. So it's gonna like loop through this inventory and add all the items until it can't anymore. So, okay, it's like, oh, I added all the 600 items, and then it's like, yep, we're good, now return, right? So it's just more reliable and it fixes a lot of issues, both with picking up items on the ground and then also with, what was the thing I was fixing for? It allows us to just better signal when things have changed in the inventory. So we're gonna see that in a minute. But now I have a signal in all the inventories for when an item has been added and how much and what kind of item was added. So that's a very good thing. It's gonna help a lot with this. It's also gonna allow us to do the item pickup indicator, which I wanted to do Wednesday, but I was brain dead and the function didn't really allow for that, right? Now it does. So we should be good to go. And this also ties into my optimization to be had with movers, because I want to spend time to swap them over to a signal system, right? Oh, this is weird. Oh, that's just broken. So is that? Oh, I know what's happening here. The fishing stall does not have depth ordering on. Why sorting? It's like, what is happening? Okay. We can write that down as a bug fix. Sure where the fixed depth sorting issues with the fishing shop. It's nice. Do you plan to do anything else today? Oh yeah, I mean that's just the start. I'm gonna do that. I also wanted to get around to animating all the different custom skin UV things. So we have this animation in the game, and this is of... well, it's not here yet, or it's not in here. But basically we have this animated as a UV. I can go open the one that we did already. I wanted to do that and kind of get custom skin stuff implemented also, because that would be nice. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's actually gonna be at the top, I think. It's this one. So this is the UV skin that I animated. Yeah, it's kind of a nightmare to do this, but it'll be fine. But yeah. Does the boofish exist? It does. It is in the game. It's just very rare. So, I mean, if you go to the sell tab, you can sell the boofish right here. So. Also, Maxulis, what's up? Welcome in. Okay. And so items will instantly be picked up. Really, it's made it so large stack size items. So shift click will as possible. Legendary boofish, yeah. That it dynamically created reverb zones from a game. Nice. That's awesome. Do you use like Area 2D like audio channel or audio bus masks for that? Because that would be a good way of doing that. Yeah, check the elevator and the shop inventory stuff we're gonna work on. Yeah, I just need this to be smarter. So say it's not disabled by false, but then... Oh, you work in Unity, right? My bad. Sometimes I forget that people use other engines. Yeah. That's cool. I'm sorry, guys. Other engines exist. I know, it's insane. I don't know how. Okay, so what I want to do here is say mod API.create item dictionary. And I'm going to say Starground coin. And the amount will be total cost. So need to get around to working Unity? Yeah. Yeah, I've messed with Unity in the past, but man, I love Godot so much more. I could use an engine from my previous work. Oh, yeah. Was that like custom engine stuff? Or is that one of the public ones? Done audio in Godot and Unreal? Ah, yeah, so Unity's the final infinity stone that you must acquire. Yeah. Started getting involved in game dev, the Unity drama was starting. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that was when I swapped over to Godot, because I was just like, yeah, screw this. So, hey, John, what's up? How's it going? Welcome in. It's a custom engine. We call it Bull. Interesting. Yeah. I haven't really had much experience with the custom engines, just because you know, have to actually work at a place to use them. But, yeah. And I'm not gonna make one. That would suck. Yeah, welcome in. We are working on some shop stuff right now. I'm making the inventory, some of the inventory functions a little more reliable right now. It's working. I mean, it worked before fine, but I'm just like fixing some weird edge cases that could occasionally happen, and I was always like, eh, it's kind of weird that that works like that. So yeah, we're almost there. Write your own engine, but then you'll never have time to use it. Exactly, right? It'd be so much work. I can't imagine. I'm trying to think what I need to do for this. So, there's two different conditions that I need to check. Let's just start with the first one. So let's say we're buying an item. I need to make sure, obviously, that we have enough of the item. Right, so I'll just say if shop mode is equal to sell, then do that stuff. Otherwise, pass, which means it's buy. So the two things I need to make sure are that we have enough items. Right? That's the first big thing. But I also need to make sure that I can actually put the coins back into the player's inventory. Right, so that's the other thing. So this is where we're going to create this. So item amount, shop mode is sell. Now we say total cost. So that'll determine how many coins go back into your inventory. We're going to create a temporary item dictionary for that. And then we're going to say, and player inventory dot safe check item or whatever it is. Where do I actually get player inventory? Where is player inventory? No, I do it somewhere around here. Oh, it's right here. I'm just going to give that a type, so it's going to be inventory component, which apparently is not a type. Weird. Because this should have a class. Oh, it's just inventory. Okay. Now I can actually see the functions and stuff. Safe check item. Then this is going to be our temporary coin dictionary. Okay. Poor kid parents. I know, it's bad, it's bad code, but you know what, it works, and I don't really care. I mean, what else would I be able to do? I could just run get owner a bunch or whatever, but nah, it's fine. Okay, so this is checking, right? We have enough items, and we can insert the coins into our inventory. So, boom. So I'm going to say that stuff and condition. Actually, before I get rid of that, though, let's do the other one. So now let's say that we're buying an item. So we have to change sort of how we do this. So first things first. It's going to be essentially the same condition, but reversed. So now we're just going to say player coin count is greater than total cost. And then we're going to say safe check. Instead of it being the coin, it's going to be our item ID. Right? And it's not going to be total cost. It's going to be item amount. So it's going to be checking, can we actually insert those items? And do we have enough coins to buy it? Also, we do have an ad going on. My apologies. Gotta hate the ads. Okay, hopefully this works now. So then I can get rid of all that and just say and condition. So if our item ID is... I'll just say elif item ID is not equal to empty. Okay. Okay, ads are almost over. I'll wait for the ads to be over before I go through this. And ads are over. My apologies for the ads, everybody. So now we're checking, we have this condition, it'll be false by default. So we're saying, so if our item ID is valid, if it's not empty, and not already unlocked, So, if one time save unlocks.has. I don't know exactly what I mean by that, but I probably don't want to mess that up. Already unlocked is false by default. If one time, which means we purchased. Oh, it's saying if we've already purchased it or already unlocked it. Yeah, that's fine. So as long as we already haven't unlocked it or whatever, and our condition is true. So if we're selling, that means we have to have enough of the item, and then we have to make sure the coins can go into our inventory. And if we're buying, then we have to make sure that we have enough coins and the item can go in our inventory. Okay. So anyways, this should hopefully get Grandpa. I know I need that function in my life, actually. All right, so let's try it out. Let's actually go to the other guy because we actually have the right items to test it. So, stone, we can purchase one, but if we purchase too many, it should say, you know, hey, that doesn't fit into your inventory anymore. Yeah, right there, see? So we can't purchase 34, it gets grayed out because, well, 34 items is just too many to put into our inventory. So that works. But now let's say we chuck an item out, yeah, now we can do it, right? But then it'll also get to the spot, oh, we don't have enough coins, we can't purchase, good. Now, he doesn't sell any items. We have to go find somebody that does. So we'll just go to the, get away from me, stone. Let's give ourselves some bootfish. Let's get rid of the cobalt. So this is going to be checking if, the coins will fit into our inventory. So we're going to sell these bootfish. And right there, it should say, yeah, we don't have enough space for any more coins in here. So we can't sell it. But if we empty out our inventory, then, you know, we can do it. All right, cool. All right, so that's just, it's a very minor thing, but I want to make sure that that information is kind of explained, right? It's an issue where the purchase button would not get disabled correctly in shops. Family tree. Find family member. Yeah. Godot, why haven't you added those in? No, I don't want that. Okay. So anyways, all that work, now we can add in the item pickup indicator. So let's discuss that, the actual fun thing that we wanted to do. So here's our player. Right? Here's our player. He's got a big head. I don't know why my mouse is like lagging behind right now when I'm drawing. That's really weird. I don't know what's going on. Here's our player. Let's say we just picked up an item. Here's our item. It's been picked up. It's gone. So there's two options. I don't think it's the hardness. No, it's just like, it's weird. It's like a... like latency between my mouse and my computer. Or I guess it's just paint.net drawing smoothly. I wonder if it's like the smoothing. Is it path smoothing? No. You can see it though when I move my cursor around, you can see it lag behind. But I mean that's fine, it'll make my line smoother, I don't really care. It could be the spacing. No, it's not spacing. I wonder what's doing it. Pressure sensitivity? No. I honestly don't know. You'd think it'd be path smoothing, but it's not. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. I can deal with it. So here's my inventory, or not inventory, this is the UI. So one option for item pickups is basically in the corner here. It says like picked up one item or two items, right? So that's one option. Now that works okay, but the reason why I don't think I like that as much is because here's your focus of vision, right? Like the place you're looking at. You're looking at the player, you're looking at the things directly around the player, right? When you're playing the game, you're looking at what you're interacting with and what you're mining. Kind of like Rockmock. I've never played Rockmock, if that's a game. I don't know what Rockmock is. Is it a game? Rockmock. Oh, your game, right. Yeah. Basically how you have it set up. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, right? I mean, a lot of games do it that way and it's completely fine. But I think, personally, I think it works better for a first-person game. Just because you look around the screen more. This is like a very zoomed out thing. You're going to be looking in the center at things around the player. And so I think it might be better if you don't have to shift your focus way over here every time you pick up an item. People might not realize they picked up an item and stuff like that, right? So I think it'd be better if we had like a thing where the player's in here, right? Here's the player. Like a little bubble appears above the head or something where it's like picked up 1 stone, right? Now, Factorio does a thing where it's just some white text, right? Oh god, that's enormous. It'll just say X1 stone or something. And then as soon as you pick it up, it just kind of goes like that and then fades out. It doesn't even fade, it just disappears, right? So I don't know if I'll necessarily do exactly that, but something kind of like that. I just want to actually see that little message. So hey, Deblato, what's up? Check out my GitHub repo. Yeah, I did check it out. I mean, I don't really do like any web stuff, so I don't really understand it. But, yeah, I could try and get it. I didn't like get it running or anything, but I don't know if you had a... I can check it out again. I don't think I have the link. I think I actually forgot to store it. Did I? I can't remember. Let me go look. I think I did forget to store it, which is my bad. Could you send the link again? Yeah, there we go. Ah, so it's a school project? Yeah. I don't know why it's not working. There we go. Do you have like a pre-built thing, or I'd have to like actually set it all up and install npm, and doing that on the Windows is kind of stupid. Yeah, I'm not gonna set that up right now, but spend a lot of quality time with ChatGPT, yeah. It's one way of getting it done. Yeah. Spend your time and setting it up. Just want to share some of the stuff more. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll star it and stuff. Watch it and star it, and there you go. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I had to do stupid stuff like that with school before. The part that I actually hated was having to make games. I still remember I took this one class. It was interacting in virtual worlds. It was essentially kind of like a game design class, but kind of not. Also, the depth sorting on the box is really weird. I gotta fix that. But the whole idea with that class was it was that I had to make a game in Unity, and man, it just was so such a slog, you know, trying to like motivate myself to actually work on it. Because at that time, I think I was working on Starground, right? It was in very early stages, but I was working on it. And so I was like, man, I wish I could just work on Starground instead of having to use this Unity trash. Like, that's what I was at, where I was at. Not that Unity's trash, but when you like a different engine and I want to use Godot, it's such a slog to have to be forced to use Unity for a project like that. I'm sure it's like that with a lot of different school stuff. It's just like, ah, man, this sucks. I've already found the one for me, but I'm here trying to wade through this Unity stuff, and I'm like, ugh, not having it, you know? Also, the depth sorting on this is really weird, isn't it? That's got to be wrong. There's gonna be something iffy with that. Let's look at what's going on here. But yeah, anyways. Why is the offset? That's the thing that's kind of annoying about sprite stuff, is because where is the static body? The stand is not at 0 of the static body. This is annoying. So this has got to go to 0. It's so weird because this is already at 0 apparently. It's probably just because the positions of this are completely broken. Yeah. Okay, well, let's fix this. Okay, hopefully that'll be fine now. Okay, this should fix our issue now with the depth sorting. Let's give it a try. Okay, there we go. That's what it should be. Alright. And then all this other stuff should be okay, I think. I can go behind the player. And this should be above everything. You can't really get under it, but yeah, it looks like we're good. Okay, anyways. I will mark that down as being fixed. Fixed depth. Well, I guess that is this issue, so I'll just leave that one. Okay. But yeah, anyways, my point with that story, man, it sucks to have to make things that you don't want to make. It feels like forced labor. It's just very not fun. It was, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the class, and like to people that haven't done game development before, then yeah, I could see the value in it, you know? But it's just like, I've already done all the stuff in the class. So the entire time I'm there just like, man, I'm wasting so much time working on this stupid project I don't care about instead of actually working on the game I want to do. So, I don't know. Sorry, just gambling, guys. Obsidian, yeah. Obsidian, 24,000 tabs in Notepad++, that is absolutely true. That's why I use Obsidian. It's also just nice to kind of have that stuff separated, right? Because I have, like, Obsidian is for the work stuff, for Starground stuff, the game development, and then Notepad++ is for, my own private use. I don't have any plugins. I just don't need them. The plugins are cool and all, but, you know, I use Obsidian as a tool. Like, I could spend time to install plugins and mess around with some funny things, for sure, but... Read your previous messages? I only see the one. Because I don't have any plugins? Is that the one you're talking about? Can we access the trash cans in Space Hub? I've wanted to do that. Maybe we can. I don't know, what I'll have to do is change it into a building, which isn't necessarily a problem. Dang it, did Restream have another funny moment where it didn't show the message on Twitch? That's probably what happened, if you did send that message. Yeah, you did. Dude, there's a bunch of stuff in here I missed. It's so frustrating. I swear I need to just have the Twitch chat open. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna add the Twitch chat to OBS. Watch this. We're gonna go to Docs. Custom browser docs. Twitch chat. Just so I can see the messages and I don't miss stuff. Because that's annoying, dude. That's really annoying. Okay, let me run through and make sure I didn't miss anything. Here, I'm just gonna... Did I miss anything? Hopefully I didn't. I missed this one. By the way, I learned that when making pull requests on GitHub, you should say closes or fixes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I can do that. I never did that before, but... I try to use the standard as much as I can, but yeah. Yeah, sorry I missed that message. It's frustrating when that happens. Restream usually is really good, and then randomly sometimes it's like, I'm just gonna not do this one message. And it's like, almost makes me want to not dual stream onto YouTube because I'm so tired of it. But I don't know. I like having YouTube as like an archive for all the streams though, right? So I'll still do it. It's going completely insane. First, I want to use something called Blocky to make the block programming work, but I gave up since their documentation was weird to say the least. Yeah, I feel that. So I'm making my own system, but it's like garbage. Don't care, it's just a school project. Oh, it's not a screenshot. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's go take a look at that. It's not bad. I think that looks totally fine, honestly. For just a little school project thing, right? Yeah. That's cool. I don't know what these things say. I mean, I know that's wild. But yeah. And then this is the, like, the menu for the different levels. Simple, but it gets the job done, you know? I think that works just fine. Oh, move forward, turn right, and while. Okay. So it's just like solving mazes with block programming. Yeah, interesting. I've seen a video about adding to Godot engine, and they had that, and it makes sense. Sorry, adding what? Oh, you mean with the restream stuff? Where they had the issue with the restream chat not showing messages? Yeah, if that's what you're talking about. And then they can collect the coins, which unlocks harder levels. Okay, yeah. It's like a whole game. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's not bad for school project. I feel like the school project stuff, they don't really care that much. At least in my experience, like when I would turn in projects and stuff, it could look like absolute garbage, but they're just like, it's fine. I don't know. I guess it's not an art class, right? But it feels like graphic design or something, it would matter. Oh, the pull request. Yeah, I seen a video that was a tutorial on how to expand Godot, make a pull request. Okay, yeah. That's what you mean. Well, good to know. I will, yeah, I think if I ever did... I don't know how I would really contribute to Godot, if I'm being honest, because I don't know C++ very well. Like, I can do it, and I've made programs and stuff in C++, but it's like... I just don't use it enough to feel like I could make a meaningful change to the engine, you know? Because I would definitely break something. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll have my C++ arc. We'll learn how to do C++ better. But yeah. The thing that scares me is like pointers and having to clear out memory. That's no fun. Nobody wants to do that. So. All the other stuff is easy though. It's just those two things. Those are the two reasons why I don't like C++. I mean, it's not that I don't like it, but, you know, why I prefer other languages. Honestly, I kind of prefer more ease of use and quality of life with my programming languages versus just performance. I mean, I know what a pointer is. It's just pointing to a spot in memory, so it's kind of just a reference to something. But it's still like, I don't know. It just seems weird to use sometimes. I don't know. I mean, that's why I say, like, I can program in C++, but it doesn't mean I'm, like, super good at it. Probably because I would be avoiding using pointers, but that's kind of like a whole part of the programming language, so. But I do really love how kind of Python and GDScript handles that, the syntax of that stuff. So, you know. So I wish there was pointers in GDScript. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I haven't really had any cases where I actually need pointers. Oh, yeah. Also, sorry, Dublato. I was going to read that message. I did see it this time because Restream didn't get rid of it, but I just forgot. I'll read it in 1 second. But yeah, what I was going to say was that I don't know. I think you can basically do what pointers do, unless I'm thinking that I'm about pointers wrong. But like, for example, some data structures in Godot are static references. So like dictionaries and arrays, even if you pass them into an array, you're still referencing the other variable, right? So you're changing it in memory instead of just in that function. Like, it doesn't duplicate the data in the array or dictionary. It's the same one. So, as far as I know. Maybe that would kind of solve your problem. So, hey, Broodly420, thank you for the follow. Anyways, pretty much use Obsidian as my second brain. Yeah. It's for everything, notes for everything, documentation for projects, reminders for myself, ideas, to-do lists, all my random thoughts that come up in the day. Yeah. Okay, I can check out this video. Oh, it's gonna open a... What is this?
Hi friends, my name...
What? Okay, it opened it in like a pop-up window instead of in my browser. That was kind of weird. But yeah, I can check that out. I do like Obsidian. I have been enjoying it. I like that it's free, and if I really feel like I need it, I could get the subscription thing that lets me sync my notes to my phone, which would be kind of nice. So I don't know, I'm thinking about it. I don't think I use it enough or need it enough to warrant the extra monthly cost of doing something like that, but, you know, you never know. But yeah. So, okay, let's get this frickin' bubble working. This stupid little bubble. Alright, we're gonna go over some potential designs for what this could look like now, because we're at that spot. So I know we talked about it in here, so let's see. We're gonna do some rough stuff for now, or rough stuff now. I'll have some time for it. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, do it up. Take advantage of your free time. Don't sit here and waste it. See you tomorrow. Sounds good. Thanks for popping into Balado. I can't talk. I appreciate it, and have a good rest of your day. Okay, here's the Starground guy. So we have two options for our items. Like I said, we could do that. Let's say this is option number one. Option number one is having it be a thing in the bottom right of the UI, where it's a little like, you know, a list of items that have been picked up right down here. That's one option. Both options are going to be relatively the same difficulty to implement. It looks like a comma. But technically this one will be a little harder. Option 2. Here's option 2. I'm going to make it thick and cool. It just looks terrible. It just looks bad. Okay, anyways. Option 2. There's like some kind of little bubble or something that pops above the head. I'm probably just gonna have it say like text, so it'll say like X1 stone or something, just so you know what you actually picked up. And there's a couple different animations that we could do for this. Can also be next to the mouse. It could be, yeah. I could have it be at the mouse. I probably won't, though. I'm probably just going to do it where the player is, because when you think of picking up an item, it's not always where your mouse is. So, like, here you pick up an item. Your mouse might be over here, but you're going to be looking at the player when that item gets picked up. So that's probably what I'm going to do. I could change the position depending on where the item is picked up. So, for example, when you use the mining laser to pick up an item, maybe then it's at the mouse, right? So there's different options for that. Game Bro, where can I play it? Yeah, it is on Steam right now in early access. Yeah, there's the link for you in chat. But yeah, Starground, it is available for purchase. I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, right now we're just sort of in the grind of different updates and stuff for the game. The last update was this one, the Bruconomic update. This update focused on just a lot of things. It was fishing, animals, shop NPC stuff, potion brewing, a whole bunch of things. The plan for the next update is going to be more dungeoning focus. So I'm going to be working on that here real soon. But there is sort of a small list of things I actually want to get done first, though. These are just sort of random bits and bobs that I wanted for 11, but I just didn't really get time to, so I'm going to try and get as many of these into the game as possible. But it's just you doing... I do most of the stuff, so I do all the programming and all the art and all the sound stuff, and basically everything you see in the game I do. The only thing I don't do is the music. Like the update art and stuff is all Dylan. Dylan's sort of the concept / marketing artist, if that makes any sense. Where Dylan will do like the art for the updates and then also just coming up with enemy ideas and stuff. Because Dylan's really good at that. And then Max will do writing stuff, which he hasn't had a like super big opportunity for that yet, but hopefully soon we can add in more writing stuff to be done. One thing I do want to have is like little icons in the shops that show up to the left that shows the like a face, a high-res image of the shopkeeper and stuff. So we will get around to that. Recently started with the Godot, and you're really liking the engine. Yeah, Godot is very nice. I love Godot. Yeah, I've had a really good time using Godot in the past. Well, currently, and the past. Yeah, I started using Godot back in like end of 2023. Well, a little earlier than that, actually. I think I started in like, let's say like September or August in 2023. It was right before I started working on Starground. I made another little Godot project, and I also worked on a some game jams and stuff in Godot. But it's very fun. I love Godot. It's a nice engine. Gets the job done. And I like that it has basically support for everything. Trying to do multiplayer stuff in GameMaker was always just sort of out of the question because it's like, it just doesn't even, I don't know how you would even do it, right? But now it's easy. Yeah, Starground is also multiplayer. So, alright, so let's work on this little bubble thing. Well, not easy. I'm not going to say the multiplayer is easy, but it's easy in the sense that you don't have to make your own entire system to add multiplayer. Let's just say that. So relatively easy, I guess, is the key word. Oh yeah, also something I want to check though before we do. Yeah, it's just high level. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy, but yeah. But honestly, like, adding in multiplayer in Godot is not that bad. I mean, yes, it does fundamentally change, like, how you program the whole game, but if you're just not stupid yeah, and you make good decisions about how you do the multiplayer, then it's not that bad. I kind of made the mistake of doing some weird hybrid between peer-to-peer and server side like server hosting stuff, which was kind of a mistake. Recently, though, I've been really trying to keep things more server-side. Like, all the shop stuff now is server-side. Inventory stuff in the player's server-side. Most things are server-side in Starground, but there's still a couple things that I need to swap over, though, to the new system. So, I'll get around to that eventually. But yeah. It's raining, though. Isn't that epic, guys? I do want to add some kind of change for the rain. Like, maybe if it's raining, the fish are easier to catch or something, or there's different kinds of fish. That's really what I want to do for the rain. I'll get around to that eventually. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to check just... I mean, I'm sure it's fine. But just to make sure all the conveyor stuff is, like, normal and behaving as intended. Because I did technically change all that stuff, right? As far as I know, what gets returned from the function should be the same. So I really don't think this is going to cause any issues, but I do have to check this, because if it does, that's a catastrophic issue, right? Not good. So I'm just gonna make sure that, like, the basic filtering stuff works. So this should only take in wood. Putting this iron in should just say it should give up, yeah. And if we put wood in, it should be fine. Go into the crafter. Yeah, we're good. I mean, I don't really see any issues with the factory running. The movers just seem to be doing exactly what they're supposed to. This is just full of items. But yeah. Seems like we're fine. So this should have a minor performance improvement for movers, because the add item function should run a little bit faster. We can actually check on this in the profiler. I bet it does run better. It seems really fast. And is the game actually running that? Oh, I'm running the wrong game. I was like, there's no way the game is running that fast. Okay. Alright, so let's check where the add item function is. It's still not, like, great, but it's just because the mover calls it so much. But the big thing is that it's not running a check item anymore. So it is faster. Because, yeah, it doesn't have to do check item anymore. It does check slot filter, but that's pretty minor impact. We'll be optimizing movers as soon as we can. So, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna fix this debug business. I don't want it to run two projects every time. It's getting annoying. Alright, so let's work on this, finally, this item pickup thing. I accidentally just ate some cheese. Okay. So anyways, back to our options. So here's our second option. It just appears some text above where the item is picked up. Also, we have ads. Dang it. Worst timing every single time. Now I must wait. $40. Making me angry. Come on. 20 seconds. Come on, 5 seconds. I'm so tired of these stupid ads, guys, if you couldn't tell. Alright. Ads are over. My apologies, guys. It's always the worst timing. So, here's our second option. So, we're going to pick between these two. I'm leaning towards this one, I think. I mean, this definitely has its place. if it's a first-person kind of game or something where you are already looking at the UI, like a bunch. I know we have the health UI up here and stuff, but I don't know. I just think I don't want to clog this UI with too many things happening. It gets a little messy. I would kind of like it if it's like we can actually see where the item is picked up and like get that feedback there, right? Like that. It would show like a little thing above. Also, that what happened there? Hold on. What is happening? Okay, something's not correct. Hold on. What I did is I dropped that stack. I mean, that's fine. But I did like that or something. Let's pick up that stone. Oh, see? It's not updating the text. So we have to do that. Let's go into the item. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know if it happens in the process event or not. I don't think it has a process event anymore, does it? Oh, no, it does. Oh, I guess it's just, a bug somewhere. Because I say if gone, otherwise reset the text. Oh yeah, I just don't do it here. Okay. Well, that's been fixed. Because what's happening here is that this is the incorrect number of items. See, yeah, it's actually 2. So let's pick up that item. We have 1 stone in here. And if I pick that up, it should be... I don't know. This is scary. I don't like inventory issues like this. Yeah, we have no stone in our inventory. 2, 4, 6. Okay, we're fine. So let's give ourselves some stone, 99. And we're gonna pick it up and it should update the text. Yeah, that was correct. It shows 6 now. And if I drop this or something, it should get 6 more. Okay. I think we're okay now. It's just a bug, actually. So I'm gonna mark that down as a fix. Mark items. The ground. Update their account when picked up with a mining laser. Okay. Well, that's good to fix. So we got 2 more from that. Yeah, we're gaming. Seems to be okay. All right. And just to confirm, like this one, if I drop like a couple of items and then I pick up that, yeah, we're good. Okay. It's nice that it does the pop when you pick up a partial item, because it's just more feedback on when you've actually picked up an item, you know? Which is good. Okay. So, we need to figure out this item picking up nonsense. Let's do that. So yeah, I think we're gonna go with option 2, which is gonna be like some kind of pop-up. Because what I like about this is we can also have this pop-up above the player, yes, but also above where our like mining laser is. Right, so here's our laser, and let's say we mine something. Oh, excuse me. We can have it pop up above that. You know, so it's kind of nice to have it dynamically move position, because it makes it easy to see, like, people don't have to search very hard to know what item they just picked up, if that makes sense. So, I think that's kind of a good thing. I'm probably just going to make it a scene then that gets instantiated in every time. That's probably going to be the easiest way, I guess. So let's do that. So just call this item pickup indicator. Just do it as a 2D scene. Alright, so here we are. So it's going to have a couple things. First off, it's going to be the label. And that's going to actually have the text of what we picked up. And we're going to add a script to this. Item pickup indicator. It's going to have function item. So on ready. Oops. What is happening? Ready. Where's the ready function? What? Oh. Bar item. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why I did that. Okay, there we go. So on ready, we're going to go ahead and set the label.text to... or we're going to say var item data is global.get, or it's mod API. Item data. Item.id. I'm also going to say if item is, or if not item, return, so it doesn't do anything. Label.text is going to be, how do we want to format this? Probably the number and then the amount. So like X27 or whatever. So we know how much was acquired. Maybe we just do a number, then the name. I don't know if we necessarily need the X. We'll have to see. We'll just have to see what looks right. So label.text will be... Let's try it with the X, just to see what it looks like. And then it's going to be item dot amount plus item data dot name. Is it better to do this as a format string? Yes. Shut up. I will do it. Okay. So that should work. I mean, there's really not much else we have to actually do. I will create a tween. Let's go tree dot create a tween. Var tween is that tween dot tween property self modulate. Final value will be color 1110. And then that's going to be over the course of 2 seconds, maybe. Then I'm also going to do some other things. So tween.callback. We're going to say queue_free. And then I'm also going to say tween.setTrans. I'm going to do that to something pretty high, actually. I think I'm going to do a quint. And then tween.set ease is going to be ease in. So it should be visible and then quickly disappear. And it should do all this stuff. We should be good now. So anyways, to the player, let's go ahead and do that. So whenever we pick up an item with the force pickup, let's do that. Now, I guess one minor issue that I've thought of with this is when do we want this to actually show up? So, because I guess if we're in a shop or something, it would show like, but we also don't want it to do that, where if we shift click an item in or something, it shows. Right, that's kind of bad. See, I guess it makes sense to only do it when we actually pick up a physical item on the ground. I was saying maybe we do it with the shop, where it shows like that we picked up an item in the bottom when we buy something from a shop, but it's kind of unnecessary. Because, I mean, you click the buy button, so you know that you just bought that number of item. So I think it's fine. We don't really need it for that. We'll just do it for picking up items, and that should honestly be pretty good. So this is something that really doesn't even stem from the player then, it's just going to be from the item. Because we're just going to do... Right, we're going to do the pickup stuff. This is sort of where I would like to put this stuff into a function. Right? I think I will do that. Like all this, right? Because we say last data. Yeah. I'm gonna put that in a function, say function start pickup. Let's do that. So now I can say start pickup right here. So closest player is unknown. We'll do that. Start pickup closest player. And that's where we're going to do force pickup also over here, right? So wait, what's this player? Player.play sound. Oh, so this has a different thing called player, doesn't it? Oh no, that's passing in the player when we do force pickup, so we're actually okay. So if can pickup and it's not a heart, then that's where we're gonna say start pickup player. Okay, it's just nice to have clean code and not run these things multiple times because it's kind of stupid. All right, so now we can say in start pickup, this is where we actually run our thing. So, right, this is where we actually play the sound. So we're gonna say load res scenes item pickup indicator dot instantiate. Right. Indicator dot global position is equal to global position. And then indicator dot item is equal to data. I believe. So we have last data and data. I guess what I want to do is actually do last data should be the difference. So down here where I do that, I'm going to go ahead and say last data is equal to last data dot amount is equal to last data dot amount minus data dot amount. Okay. And then we set the item data to last data, actually. And then we're going to say add child, and we'll actually do get parent.add child indicator. Okay, so hopefully that'll work. I don't know if it's going to work right now in game. Let's see. It does work, but it's kind of broken, so we got some work to do. As you can see, it just does a big, massive text, which doesn't make any sense. So back to our pickup indicator. So the reason for that is that this label, the position stuff is going to be all wacky. It's... label nodes and 2D nodes don't really behave very well with each other, right? So this is going to be formatted pretty weird here. But what I can do is just say on ready, go ahead and set the... So I set the text, then I'm going to say label dot, like the position offset. Position dot x is going to be equal to label dot size divided by 2. And it's going to be minus that. And I'm also going to say the same thing for... Well, then really I just need to say position. and then say size. So let's try that. So that should center the text around where the item was, hopefully. That didn't actually play the thing for some reason. But it doesn't seem to be working very well. Which I don't know why. Because, okay, let's say that the size of this is, yeah, it's 100. So then transform will be minus 100. But should be divided by 2, so it should be minus 50. Which that is centered, so I wonder why that doesn't work. Size divided by 2.0, but negative. Should work. Yeah, it's a little weird though. Doesn't seem to be working quite right. Also, sometimes when it's like one item too, it doesn't pick it up right, which is also very weird. This is where it's, yeah, I've ran into this problem before with this stuff, and it's always very janky. Where it's like, trying to get labels to behave with 2D nodes is a nightmare. Because it just doesn't, it's not working. It's probably because we need to call deferred on this. Right? Or just await a frame. And then we do it. So we're gonna say up here visible is false. And then up here where we actually do it, we'll say visible is true. It's stupid that you have to do that, but it's, I think it's because Godot takes a frame to actually update the size of a label once you set its stuff. Maybe? I don't know, it doesn't seem to be working. Let's also set the Z index for this to be pretty high up. No, it's still completely off, so I'm not really sure why. I know I've had this issue before with the player, so that's kind of probably a good thing to take a look at. It's with the name label. So I think what I do here, yeah, so I have this actually in a center label. And I guess that just keeps it, or a center container. Just keeps it stable, I guess, or something. I don't know, in the center. So that's probably what I need to do. And then I think I do some stuff on the name. So let's check for that. Name.username.text. Oh, so I actually don't even need to do anything then with that if that works. So I think that'll fix our issue. So let's add a center container. Then make the label a child of that. And then use top left. That's what it is. Now this will stay centered. So we don't have to do any of this stupid stuff here. So now we re-reference the label right here. Okay. Let's give this a new try. And once this is centered and stuff, then we can start to... see, I don't know what the deal is where it doesn't work if we pick up one item. I think it's because the item gets turned into 0 or something. I don't know, we gotta figure that out. Well, so that just didn't seem to work at all, so I'm not sure. Oh, I set visible to false, and I don't set it back to true. Let's fix that. There we go. So now it'll stay centered. Now we can actually sort of animate it and stuff. But let's fix that one item thing, because that's kind of a big deal. It's not supposed to happen. Well, that one worked. That's what I find very weird about this, is that it works for that, but then when it drops out of like a tree or something, it doesn't work. I'm curious to see if it's just when it's grabbed forcibly. It is, which I find very strange. So I'm trying to figure out why that would be then. So what happens in here is that we're gonna say, when we do a force pickup on an item, we say if we can pick it up, and the item data is not a heart, then we say start pickup. So we say duplicate the last data, gone is that. It could be because the amount isn't getting set. Last data should be 1, and then that one should be setting the amount to 0. I just find it very strange, though, that... here, let's do this. So this will print 2 things. It'll print the amount of the data, and then also the amount in the last one. So basically the before and after. Or the after and before, whatever. So that one should have worked. Yeah, it said 0 after and then 2 before. Right, so that's fine. But that one showed that it was 0. So that's what I'm sort of confused about, because for some reason that item is evaluating to 0. Or it has 0 amount, which doesn't make any sense. But if I pick it up... Okay, no, it's just sometimes it's broken. Do I do that inside of the tree or something wrong where I'm saying it's 0? I might be. Actually, what's happening? Because the amount for that is 2. So how is that even possible? That should not happen, actually. That makes me very confused. Because it should just say drop 2 wood. But then sometimes it's not 2 and it's 0? That doesn't make any sense. So when that does actually drop 1 item, it is actually 0. And same with this one. But then how is it becoming 0? Right? That's pretty weird, guys. Let's try and figure this out, because this is not right. I think I have an inkling on what might be happening here. Yeah. So, this, when it drops its item in here, the drop data gets dropped into the item. Actually, that doesn't make any sense, though. Oh, this is very weird. But somehow it's getting set to 0. Okay, I think I might have an idea of what's happening. So, it's very weird, but this is why dictionaries sometimes are problematic. So this one drops 2 copper. Right? So we pick it up. And the amount in this node is still this item. So when I drop this, it sets the amount to 0. And then when I mine this again, now this item is 0 because the item in here was 0. Does that make sense? Very weird. So I need to fix that. Basically what I need to do is just say when you pick up an item, don't like send the same item over, but just duplicate it. So what's up, Ryan? How's it going? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, this is very funny. Very janky. So when we say add item, right here, we don't want to use that same data. Well, I do want to... I think what we need to do is just make it so that when the resources drop their items, they duplicate them. Because... Or when they add it to the list or whatever, or something. Because this will only do it once. It just adds the wood and then drops it. But since this works differently now, it's weird, right? So say player drops. Oh, so player drops will get emptied out every time. Doing well, I don't look as tired. Yeah, I'm not nearly as tired now. I actually have a little bit of sleep in me, so I'm feeling better. Yeah. So I'm actually getting things done. It's crazy. Okay, so this is where I do it. So, see, I set player drops back to empty, which is why it's fine for the apples. But for this one, it's a problem, because I say drop data is that. But I actually have to say it's drop data.duplicate, because it should be a different dictionary than the item that is being dropped. Luckily, I don't think it was necessarily an issue before. Actually, it probably was, now that I think about it. But anyways, that'll be 2 for sure. And then even if I drop that and it gets set to 0, if we mine that copper node again, it should still drop 2. Hopefully. We'll see. Yes. So kind of a weird issue, but, you know, hey, we fixed it. Show where picking up an item from a mined resource node could set its, could permanently set its drop amount to 0. All right, so that's good. So our little indicator thing is working when we pick stuff up, but it's, we need to change it though. First off, it's way too big. So that's the first thing we need to change. In order to change that, I probably will just do scale on this, because one thing I've always found with label nodes, which is it's a weird thing, but since the game is actually this pixel size, you can't just lower the font size because it'll make it pixelated, and I don't want the font to be pixelated like that or like blurry. So I actually have to shrink the scale of it instead, right? So when we pick up an item, it's just tiny, but it doesn't look all weird and blurry and like small resolution wise. That one is still 0. That's just because it was an artifact from previous times, but I don't think that's actually an issue. Okay, so I mean, that's working. It shows the little thing. I do think it kind of is nice when the item goes up and goes away, right? So we can say tween.run tween.set parallel true. Then we say tween.tween property. We're gonna say self global position. Final value will be global position minus vector 2 0 16 or something over the course of 2 seconds. So now it'll float up when we pick up an item. Oh, for some reason that one just instantly disappeared, which is very weird. That is weird, isn't it? Global position minus... So that should be the final value. I don't know why it just, like, freaks out. Kind of weird, huh? Kind of weird. Maybe it's because it was... Oh, I think it was setting the... No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know, let's try this again. Why does it do that? Well, something's obviously wrong with this. When it runs this callback, let's just comment on that callback for 1 second. Maybe it's running it too early because it's in parallel mode. It's a possibility. Oh, that's weird. It'll like do that. I also think the position of this should be higher up, so I'm just gonna also say position.y minus equals 16. So that's 1 tile above where the item was picked up. Very strange though. A little wacky right now. So, what's going on here? I don't know why this gets immediately called back, right? Because this should be 2 seconds. They both are 2 seconds, so maybe that just happens when you have parallel tweens. But that is kind of annoying. So I don't know why I would do that. It's odd. Because like here, if I pick up that item, it just instantly disappears for some reason. So I don't know what's going on with that. Weird. Why would it instantly call that callback? I don't know why it would do that with set parallel. For sure runs parallel. Oh, the callback? Well, that's weird though, because it's... Maybe that's probably what it is, but that's kind of weird that it works like that. So do I just need to run this and say set it back to parallel is false and then run the callback? Let's try that. Yeah, I guess that's what I need to do. Kind of weird how that works, honestly, but thanks for letting me know. I didn't expect that. Because you'd think the callback would just be whenever it's done, like the first one to finish, but I guess it just runs instantly then. So very strange. I guess you can think of the callback as not like connecting a signal, but more of like like saying a function, like running a function with a tween. So makes sense, I guess. Kind of weird though. But I guess we're fine. Yeah, that one's still 0 item from a bygone era. All right, I want to set the time on these lower. I also want to move the quint down to the modulate. But for this one, I don't want it to be as insane. I think I want to go maybe cubic. I'll try cubic. Yeah, calling callback, I think it's at the end. Right. Yeah, because it's like callback is usually in context of like a signal, so you'd think it would be after the tween is done. But yeah, it's just weird. Yeah, but oh well. It's good to know that that's how that works now. Yeah, game's going good. I'm just working on some like a little item pickup indicator thing. That just so that you kind of know when you actually picked up an item. It's just a little quality of life thing. It's nothing special, but you know, just so when you walk over stuff, it's more feedback that you actually grabbed an item. So yeah, just good to be able to see that. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it then. I don't think there's any other changes I need to make to that. I would like maybe more of a shadow underneath so that the other ones don't like overlap with each other, because I have noticed that just a little bit. I'll have to figure that out. Also, we have an ad going on. My apologies. Now we gotta wait for the ad. Okay. Let's see if we can do a shadow. I know I already have a shadow underneath here. It's just like the drop shadow, but I would like to actually do like a larger blurred out shadow. I don't know if I can do that or not. I mean, I know there's shadow offset and stuff, but I don't think you can blur the shadow. So, I don't know. Oh, man. My throat. Okay, we're good. Because, yeah, it's just kind of difficult to see when there's a bunch of them stacked on top of each other. Like, if I pick up all these items, they can all, like, be in the same spot. Which just looks kind of bad. Like this. It's like, what's going on in there, you know? If there was like a background to these that would blur out or something. I mean, I guess one option is literally doing that, giving it a panel, and then just saying, oh, that's weird. I guess I can't do... Okay. Does this have a panel by default? I guess not. go grab our typical black color. I don't see the panel. I guess it's because it's size 0. So I actually need to add a margin to this under the center container. And then I say set the panel to, let's see, transform. There's layout. Okay, that's the issue here. I can't set this to be anchored? So that's kind of odd. I can do it here, but that doesn't work. Maybe I just make this a child of the panel? But no, because I want a margin on this center container so that I can actually see how big it is. Or I guess I just add a panel to the label. That would work. It is kind of weird and broken, though. Because also one thing is that the center container is top left. And so this, unless it's just broken. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, this will work. I have to do, though, in here, show behind parent. And then let's also modify the panel. Okay. Expand margins. Let's just give it a little bit. Let's give it like 4 all around. Maybe top and bottom can have a little less. Yeah, we'll go 2 all around. And then, actually, top and bottom we'll just say 0, honestly. Let's give it some corners. Too big. Also, the anti-aliasing looks terrible. Let's go to 0.1. And then for visibility, I don't want this to be so visible. Let's go like 100. Okay. So anyways, what that should do is just give it a little bit of like a background so that when you pick up these items, yeah. Now, it got big again. Let's set the scale back down to 0.5. Okay. We should be good now. There we go. So yeah, that little bit of a background will help with just like the cases where we pick up a bunch of items at the same time. Because then like you won't really see the ones that are buried behind the other ones like that. I don't know, it just looks better instead of like this mass of white text, right? Yeah, I think it's fine. Might also have this not go up as much. It goes up a whole tile, but I think that's too much, so I'm going to go down to 8 pixels. Also, I think this goes pretty quick. Cubic is kind of fast. I think I might use Sign instead. I want it to accelerate a little bit, but not, like, immediately. Okay. There, that's feeling pretty good. I think that's good. Maybe a little bit too... I don't know, the sign is weird. It doesn't seem to actually be, like, interpolating. Quint. No, quint is huge. Quad is power of 2. Cubic's power... Okay, so really I want quad. I always think of quad in my head as being, 4, but it's actually, to the power of 2. So that's really what I want. Like, I want it to accelerate, but not, like, super fast like cubic. Yeah, that's pretty good. So let's just drop some items around and pick them up, right? Of course, when you pick up 2 items at the same time, they can overlap, but it's usually fine. Okay. And then, honestly, if that does have the background, I probably won't give it the outline, because it makes it too depthy. What is the color on this also? So that's also only 75 on that one, which I'm probably going to copy over here and make it 75. I'll just do it in here, because why not? Set that back to normal. I think it's also slightly different than the player one. Because what is in the player one? Like, the corner radius on this is 10, but I don't think it's being multiplied, the scale of it. I mean, if we look at it, we can see it's definitely not 10 compared to this one. I think we make this less rounded. Maybe go 2. I want it to be more of a square than anything. But the spacing looks pretty good. Yeah, because if I have this, like, say it's stone or something. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, the only other thing we could do is maybe disable the outline. So we just say font shadow color and just set it to transparent. So that's sort of how it'll look. It'll look the same basically as the player icon. Also, yeah, I forgot to say, but ads are over. I've been over for like 5 minutes. Okay. Let's pick up some items. That looks pretty nice, I think. I just want a little bit of an indicator for when you actually pick up items. Because it'll also help with the fishing. Because the whole reason why I wanted everything is like a linear thing. Reason why I wanted to fix the inventory stuff so I can add the item pickup pop-up, and I want to add the item pickup pop-up so we can have fish directly go into your inventory. And I want fish to go in your inventory so you can do fish size, and I want... Right, so this is this whole thing. Chain of events. But this should be good now. Maybe it disappears just a tad bit too fast. It would be cool if how fast it disappears is tied to how long the text is, just so that something with a really long name stays for a little bit longer. I also don't think we necessarily need the X here. So I think I might actually do that. I think I'm gonna say, let's set this time stuff up here at the top, then move this. So we're going to set the text, and then I'm going to say our time is equal to label.text. I think I could just say length. So that'll return the number of characters. So how long do we want it to appear for? Let's just say if on average we have 20 characters, should be like 1 second. So we'll say divided by 20. So if it's more than that, if it's 40 characters, it'll be, yeah. Well, how many characters is that actually? So let's think about, like, wood. Like, for example, wood I want to be visible for, like, 1 second or something. So we have the 2 of the count, 22. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's actually only, like, 7. So we'll divide it by, like, 5. And hopefully that'll work. So for something with a really short name, right, let's try it out. Also, I forgot to actually put it in here as the time. So for something with a short name like wood, right, it'll just be for a second. Actually, that tree's broken. Let's reload the save. It's all messed up because it kept picking up 0 items. Okay. So, wood. Let's pick up one of those. It should, like, be like a minute, yeah. But then something with a really long name. So, think about, like, Chainmail Glove is a pretty long name. If we pick that up, it should take quite a bit longer. Yeah. So it just gives people more time to actually realize what the name of the item was, which I think is nice. It's just kind of, I don't know. Better that way, I think. So iron ingot, we're good. Chainmail glove will be longer than iron ingot. I'll probably increase this number a little bit more. I'm thinking maybe 8. So if we have something with a really short name, like what's the shortest name we have? Coin is pretty short. Let me pick up a coin. That's weird. I actually didn't show the text for that one for some reason. Something's weird now. What? That's very strange, isn't it? That one's fine. So something with coins for some reason picking up. Oh, it's also the wood. What is this? Okay, something's up here. Why would it do that? It's like when I drop the item or something, it messes it up. Versus... But if I have a whole stack... I find that very odd. See, a cobalt stack is fine if I drop it. And so is the wood stack. Oh no, the wood stack is not okay. Oh, is it an integer? I think that's what's happening. I have to divide by 8.0. I know what's up here. There we go. Yeah, if you drop something, or I was rounding, and so it rounded to 0, and then it would just not show at all. Okay, so that's nice. So, like, the wood is pretty quick, because it's just wood, and same with coin, because it's short. You just have to see, oh yeah, 1 coin, I don't have to process. Doesn't take very long to process that in my brain. But then, something with a really long name, like chainmail glove, will stick around for a minute, so you have time to read it. Okay. What I might do is increase that number, and then also set a clamp on this. So clamp F. I'm gonna set minimum time to 1 second, and maximum time to like 5 seconds, because I really don't want it to be around longer than 5 seconds. So let's try that. So minimum time 1 second, and this one should have, yeah, maximum time like 5 seconds. It's just nice because then it's like, it's a very tiny thing, but I think it'll help. Just so that you can actually read this stuff for a minute. Or it's like, oh yeah, what was that item I picked up? Chainmail glove. It's enough, basically enough time for me to read the text. Chainmail glove. Right. Coin. 1 coin. 1 chainmail glove. Yeah, that feels pretty good. 26 cobalt ingot. I'm sure there's even a more mathematical way you could do it, where it's like you get the average reading speed for humans and then convert that in like how many characters can a person read per second, and then convert that into the optimal time for displaying the thing and stuff. Right? I'm sure you could do something like that. But that seems like a whole lot of work, so I don't know. Probably not really necessary. Slowly in ×3, yeah. Yeah, just get like, make sure everybody has time to read it and stuff, yeah. Hitting the ball. Also, I have to make sure this is going to display properly on multiplayer. That's something I forgot about. Because we do, I don't think this will work. Because this is only happening on the server. So it's actually only going to play, or create this indicator on the server, which is not what's supposed to happen. So I am actually going to, let's see. Because start pickup is not an RPC. Yeah, so that is actually an issue that we have to fix. Because we'll say player.playSound pickup. I guess I'll just make it another RPC call. The only issue though is that if I queue free the item, I don't know if it would if that would work. Because if I queue free it and send an RPC, will it still send the RPC? See, this is where we get into weird things. Because, like, if I have deleted the item on the server and I have an RPC queued up, is there going to be a case where here's the item, I send the RPC, but this delete RPC gets called before this item over here can actually call it, right? And then it's going to send an RPC to something that doesn't exist. That probably is a thing. So I can't really do it that way. The other way is just doing it in the player, where I do like pick up item as a function or something. Right? That could work. Yeah, because this only happened on the server, so I'm gonna have to do that. Because I don't think I want this to display for other players. This is just for the client, the person that actually picked up the item. Is queue free not send after the function finishes? Well, it's tricky with multiplayer. That's the problem here, right? If in single player, this is totally fine because it just says display the thing, then queue free. So it totally works. But on multiplayer, if I change this to an RPC function, because that would give it a delay. And so it might not always be reliable which one gets called first. Because basically it runs queue free on the server here, and then it syncs that to the client to delete the item. And yes, I would call the RPC before that, but it could take longer for the RPC to send on multiplayer than the queue free does. So over here, this item is already gone. So when it tries to call this RPC, it just fails, right? Because that's the whole thing with asynchronous stuff with multiplayer. That's why even simple stuff like this can be kind of stupid and complicated. Is your game also multiplayer? Because, yeah, I can see what you've got going on. I mean, the solution is just to attach an RPC to a function that doesn't get deleted. So the player will always exist, right? If you're picking up an item, the player will still be there. So I could just move that function in RPC for picking up an item. I could also see, because I already do play sound on RPC. I could call play sound and pick up item all on the same thing, right? So hey, thank you for the cheese time. Appreciate it. So that might be the play here. Just so I don't have to worry about it. And it's kind of signal back to main, then queue free. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just move the RPC over to the player. It's not really a big deal. It's already a thing that gets called pretty much anyways, right? Because we have play sound. Yeah, play sound right there. Let's actually grab item. So grab item, what is that one? Oh yeah, that's like grabbing an item from something. Okay. So we're actually gonna have to do it there too. Yeah, so I guess it makes sense to have this in the player because there's actually cases where I need to do it. So function show item indicator. And then make this an RPC call local, and that should really only get displayed from the authority, I think. But I think we might have to do any peer on this too. So back to the item. Let's just grab this stuff. Back to the player. Do that stuff. So we're gonna pass in the item. Now, it is complicated because we need the last item and then also the... Or no, I guess... Because, see, the amount here is a little tricky. I guess we'll just pass an item and then amount. So then back to here. We're gonna say that and then say player dot what is it? What did I call the function? Show item indicator. And then I guess what I probably want to do here is just pass an item ID instead of having to do it how I do it now. Yeah, we'll probably do that then. So last data dot ID and then amount, or we just put this into the same line, honestly. So that's going to be an RPC. Yep. So in here, I'm gonna say if is authority, so it'll only actually display this stuff if you are the client that picked up the item. So yeah, that makes sense. So we're gonna pass an item ID. So indicator.item, I'm actually going to change that. Item ID. So Godot Gamedev, what is the style of the game? This is a pixel art game. It's a sort of a combo between factory automation and dungeoning. So I can get into that in just a minute here. Okay, so we got to modify our item pickup indicator now. This is going to be item ID. We're going to say if not item ID return. This will just be item ID. And then this is going to be item data.name, and this will just be amount now. And that should be pretty much it. Save that back into the player. Let's also say indicator.amount is equal to amount. Okay, so let's just run through this. Item is picked up on the server. If it would let me go to it. Now, I could actually just send this RPC to the player that actually picked it up, which would be easy. Maybe I should do that. Because I can just say RPC ID, and then we're going to say player.name, and then we convert the name to an integer. So this would work because the name of the player is the ID. So we do that. So yeah, it'll just cut down on the number of calls. Do you got any tutorial around or what to see doing games with Godot? Yeah. One of the biggest things I would say is just learn about documentation. For example, let's say I don't know what RPC ID does. I can just go look at the documentation for RPC ID, right? It's in here. So it's like, okay, how does this function actually work? You pass in a pure ID, and that's going to be an integer, and then the method, right? So, yeah, it's pretty easy to understand how this stuff works here, right? So it returns different things if it fails. It'll return OK or invalid parameter or unconfigured, stuff like that. So, yeah, documentation is super important. I think it's one of the best things to learn if you're starting out, but... I started using Sprite, but I liked vector art more. That's fair, yeah. Each style has its own pros and cons, you know. Pixel art is definitely easy, especially for me since I did pixel art commissions in the past, so it's like I actually have experience doing it. But definitely pros and cons. Vector art can be kind of nice because it automatically scales, so... Watch Brackeys and learn to read the documentation. Yeah, I think Brackeys probably goes over documentation in his video. I don't really, I don't have any specifics in mind for a video going over documentation. But yeah, like Oshik said, I'm sure Brackeys probably talks about it. Brackeys does have some pretty good Godot tutorials. I know he's been focusing on Godot stuff now, which is nice. There's one on 3D stuff. It's probably going to be in this how to program in Godot GDScript tutorial video. I'm sure in this video he will go over documentation. Hello world syntax, if statements, comments, variables, functions, random numbers. Documentation, it's a very tiny section. But yeah, this is a important thing. So yeah, watch this video. It should help, I think. Yeah, I'm not software engineer. I just started learning about what I'm needing in my game. Yeah, no, I totally get that. This video is a good overview of like how to program in GDScript. So, and I guess in terms of learning like what you actually need in your game, I just would start thinking about like what is the game that you're making and what is your goal, right? You gotta center everything in your game around what you're trying to achieve. So let's say I am making a platformer. So you can kind of break it down into like, okay, platformer is the ultimate goal. So let's write down platformer, right? What do I need then in order to achieve that? Like, what does a platformer need? Well, you can just start thinking about like a platformer you've played in the past. You need a player character, right? You need to collide with walls, and preferably some kind of obstacle or enemy. So then you can start to think about, okay, player character, what does that need? Animations, movement code, you know? So this is sort of how I do this in my head. I don't really write this stuff out, but starting out, it's good to think this way, of breaking these things up into small tasks. Because it's really hard to just jump into it and say, I'm making a game. Because it's like, well, how? What's the game? What is anything? How do you, you know? So it's good to think of it this way. Because it's like, okay, I want a player. Think about, how do you want the player? Okay, I want animations. What does an animation need? You know, I need walking, jumping, stuff like that, right? Idle. So breaking it up into little bits. Basically, you never want to work on this or this. You want to work on the very tiny little small tasks. So like, okay, I'm going to draw a guy walking. And then you can finally break it down into a chunk that's actually doable, that you can understand, right? And same with movement code. It's like player input. So what do I need for player input and stuff? Or, you know, you get the idea, right? Just, it's dividing and conquering. That's how you've got to do it. I understand this first thing with programming, right? With, you just like being able to break these chunks up and like logically plan out what you're doing. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's definitely one of the most important things with programming is being able to break a large problem into tiny problems. Because programming is not that hard when it's just a bunch of little things, right? It's like, anyone can do it if all you have to think about is, okay, you have a coordinate of the player, greater X coordinate is to the right, so what do you have to do? You say X plus 1 to make the player move or whatever. You don't really do that in Godot, but that's the idea, right? In Godot you set velocity, but it's still the same thing. So it makes these super big, complicated games seem kind of simple when you break it down into little problems like that, right? Same with Starground too. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure this works really quick. So that'll do show item indicator. So that's calling from an item, which is the authority. And then here it's also calling from the authority, so I guess we don't actually need the anyPure thing. Because it'll only allow you to call from the authority. So we know that it's the authority when it gets called. So in here, when we do grab item, we're gonna say delete item, right? So before I actually do that though, so yeah, this is grabbing an item. So we're saying if the object in inventory exists, if it's not null, then say add the item. So this is where I'm going to say show item indicator. And this is going to be, let's see, inventory data 0 for the ID .id. Then it's just gonna be 1. Should be, at least. So the thing with this though is that this I think will also run on the server. Let's go find where we actually call grab item, right? Okay, so I actually only call grab item on the server. Which actually, how does that even work then? Because I'm not the authority. Actually, I am the authority. I guess it's fine. So we just have to send it back to the player. So we're gonna say play sound show item indicator.rpc ID. And then we're gonna say integer name and ID and the amount. Hopefully that'll work. I need to actually check and make sure this stuff works because I haven't yet. Let's do it. Okay. Yeah, this is something annoying that happens. A name string is called a string name instead of a string. It's kind of weird. They're both a string, but for some reason you have to convert the string name to a string before you can cast it to an integer. It's weird. Unless there's a function in a string name that actually lets you do that. But I don't think there is. Let's just check really quick, though. Maybe there's a toInt thing in here. No, I don't think so. I was in the wrong thing, though. Is there a toInt? There is. Well, I probably don't have to do it that way. I'll just say name.toInt then. That should work. What games inspired you to get into game dev? There's honestly a lot. I've played a lot of games, you know, so it's like I could think of a million. But some of the big ones, of course, are like ones that I've played a lot. Minecraft. Factorio is definitely a big one, just because the quality that the devs put into the game and how fast they get things fixed and stuff is kind of inspiring from a developer perspective versus just a good game, if that makes sense. Like the team behind the game is actually the inspiration. But yeah, a whole bunch of things. I like RimWorld. I like you know, Terraria is fun. Autonauts. There's a million different games, honestly. I could go on forever. But most of the games that inspire me the most are the ones that I've played the most. I mean, it just makes sense. The ones I play the most are the ones that I think are the most fun. Forager was kind of a anti-inspiration, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, it's an inspiration, but it's an inspiration from what went wrong. Like, it's the opposite. It's like out of spite. If that makes any sense. So it's kind of like saying, this sucks, this game didn't deliver on what it said it was gonna do, so I'm gonna do what it didn't, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be the best inspirations, yeah. Let's see, does this work now? It doesn't even do it for some reason, which is weird. Did it throw an error? What happens when the method is missing? Oh, I think I have to restart the game. I hate when I have to do that, dude. Well, I might not have to restart, but I have to... Oh, I do, I think, because it's... Yeah, it's fine. We'll just do this. It's nice that I can do name.toInt. Before I would convert it to a string and stuff first, but I should go ahead and fix that everywhere. Can't just look at what works, have to see what doesn't. Exactly, right? I think that's something really important. Also, we have an ad coming up. Oh, I don't think I said it in time. Okay, so all these cases where I say string.name is stupid. Let's fix it. I'm just gonna say name.toInt. And all these ones, stupid. I mean, it's kind of a very minor change, but now that I know that you can just go straight to an integer, it seems really silly to convert to a string first. This is bad code. Name.toInt, name.toInt. I will go over that once the ads are over. But there's a lot of reasons why. Okay, I think that's all of the ones. Should be good now, but let me just make sure. Yeah, we don't do string name anymore. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't, like, break the whole game. I don't think it will, but... yeah. Okay, so why was Forager such a letdown? The problem was that it was completely abandoned. That's the first problem. So what happened with Forager was that the developer quote unquote developer. In reality, there's a whole team of people working on the game, right? But one person, the guy that came up with the idea, was taking credit for everybody else's work and saying that he's a solo dev when no, it's actually a whole team of people working on the game. So that kind of sparked this whole internal controversy. And so all the people working on it left the game, right? So that's the first thing. And now obviously no one's working on the game anymore. So what sort of happened with that was all the things that they promised just never happened because the game's abandoned. So that was one of the things that always really frustrated me about it, because I like Forager. I mean, it's a good game, it's fun, but it's also sucks that there's never going to be any of this stuff. Like, they promised multiplayer, which is never going to come. A whole bunch of things. So that was what was really the letdown with Forager, at least to me, right? Because I bought Forager thinking like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play it when multiplayer comes out with my friends. That's why I'm buying it, right? And then it just never came out. So it was pretty annoying. I think for a lot of people that was the letdown. So that was one of the things I wanted to address with Starground, because it was like, I want a game with that dynamic, like sort of a sandboxy, mine things kind of game that was multiplayer, so you could actually play with people, right? And I just never got that with Forager. So that was one of the big reasons. Starground has definitely changed a lot away from Forager, honestly. There's a lot of changes now. Starground has like real automation with conveyor belts and stuff, which Forager never really had. Forager also doesn't have like other zones that you go to and planets, you know? I mean, we've got a whole nother automation planet in Starground, which you can't do in Forager. Forager also like kind of has dungeons, but they're not really like real dungeons. It's just kind of a zone and then there's enemies. It's more of a wave-based kind of like what's the word? Vampire Survivor type of game in a way with the dungeoning. Starground has more like real dungeoning where you actually go in and battle people. So although maybe it looks kind of visually similar, I mean, not really, though. The art style of Forager is kind of more primitive. But, I mean, you can bridge similarities between the two. I try and move away as much as possible, though, from just trying to be Forager. So. Yeah, does he have Factorio vibes? For sure, yeah. I don't know why this item stuff isn't working. I thought I fixed it. I think it is throwing errors. It's still saying that I can't get the RPC configuration, I think. Oh, actually, here's what it is. With unknown peer ID. Which I find very strange. Oh, it's gotta be player.name. I'm silly. I'm stupid. There we go. Okay, so now it actually does it. Good. We also have to make sure that when we pick up items out of these buildings, so if I pick up an item off a conveyor, yeah, it should show that it's... Boom. Good. Alright. I mean, honestly, that's pretty much it then. Also, something that might be a little weird is on the force pickup. Okay, no, that's on the item. I would like another option, though, for this show item indicator function to actually pass in a position. Because sometimes I want to call it from the player, right? So let's say that, and then... here, let's actually go to the function. Should go to the procedurally generated route for dungeons? I did, yeah. I can load in there in 1 second and show you what we've got going on. So on this, I'm just going to say position is equal to global position of the player, or whatever it's called on. And then we're going to say global position is equal to position. So that'll allow me to, for example, on this grab item thing, on here, instead of saying do it at the player, I can say do it at object.global position. So if I pick up an item from a conveyor, for example, let's just go find one. Right here, it'll do it at the conveyor, which is what I want. Okay. So that's good, and then it should still work just fine with the items. Right, if I grab the item there. Now that actually needs a little bit of rework, because now it calls it on the player. So I do actually need to change that. Because if we go back to item, now it should go ahead and say that, but then go ahead and call it on the player. So player.global position for the location of where it goes. And then same with, actually I think that's the only place we do it now. Yeah. So we should be good to go. Let's just give it a try, make sure it's all good. So that'll happen on the player, because it picked up on the player. Now when we forcibly mine though, that is actually something we have to fix, because it'll do it in another place, which is wrong. And that's because in start pickup it doesn't have a position thing. So we have to do that. So in force pickup, I'm actually going to say global position. And then instead of passing player.global position, let's see. I'm just going to do this. If position is not equal to global position. Well, actually, that should be fine, because it'll just be by default at the item. I don't know, I wonder how I'm going to do this. So otherwise I want it at the player. Well, I guess if the item is at the player, then it's fine, because this is how it'll work. It'll just happen at the player. Then if I do it out here. So yeah, it actually doesn't even matter. I'm just in here, I'm going to say global position. So get rid of that. Alright, we should be good then. And then fix that. Okay, that should be all of the thing we need then. Does it there. If we pick it up over here, it does it over there. Alright, very minor thing, but it just kind of helps. Now we know what items actually picked up and stuff. It's a little more visual feedback for when an item is gathered. It kind of makes it more satisfying, because if you're like mining and stuff, it's like you don't have to kind of wonder like, oh, did I pick that up? You can see that you picked it up. So yeah. So anyways, I wanted to show you the dungeons we got going on. It is procedurally generated. It's more akin to something like Binding of Isaac, if you've ever played that, versus how it's done in like Forager, obviously. So all of the dungeon is basically just a series of different rooms that can spawn in, and the shape and stuff and what the rooms are always random. So every single dungeon you go into will be different. And there's different rooms and stuff. Do you tempt fate? Sure. Glorp smiles upon you. Let's frickin' go. I got another grabber. But this is how the dungeons are laid out in Starground. There's different ones. There's a resource room. You're getting a lot of special rooms. And then there's different enemies that you battle in here. So yeah. Pretty intuitive. I'm gonna work soon on adding more stuff in here. I think I probably mentioned that's gonna be what the next update's all about. One of the things I really want is I want ranged weapons. I mean, we have the melee weapons, which are absolutely fine. But it would be nice if you could have some more interesting playstyles in these dungeons, right? Because like some enemies, all the enemies right now in the game have to be designed to let the player get close to them and attack them, right? Because everybody has a melee weapon. What I would like though is the ability to sort of change that up, right? So we can have maybe an enemy that avoids the player altogether, right? So they just run away from the player. Which would be kind of I don't know, an interesting idea. It just allows for more unique enemies that we can actually do. So that is something I want to do. So that Z index is 100. What do we have on the item pickup indicator? Need to set it a little higher, maybe like 200. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the dungeons are pretty... I don't know. Sometimes I think they feel empty right now, which is fine, because I'm going to really try and address that issue. We're going to work on more enemies in here, too. Because as you can see, we're sort of getting the same enemy over and over. It's a little, samey. But it just takes time. Next update should be pretty fun, I think. Because honestly, automation is feeling pretty solid, I think, at this point. I mean, yeah, there's tweaks and stuff to be had, and some quality of life improvements probably for sure, but it's not like, you can definitely sink a lot of time into it though already, right? Like, I could spend, I don't know, 10 hours just automating stuff if I really wanted to. But it's a little bit harder to do that with the dungeons right now. So, I guess the goal is to one day sort of get the dungeons up to the level that automation is at. It's not going to be easy to do that, just because they're fundamentally different things, right? Like, adding in as much playtime to the dungeons as there is the automation is a pretty difficult thing. You have to have a lot of variety to get 10 playtime hours out of a dungeon, right? But hopefully we kind of hit like a critical mass type of thing, where like we have so many different unique things that can happen in the dungeons that the playtime exponentially increases. Because that's just sort of how combination stuff works, right? Because it's like, right now this is a chart of what we have, and this is like the amount of content and then the amount of playtime. Like, it starts off slow, where a little more content is a little more playtime, but as it really increases, you get so many different combinations of dungeons that can happen that the playtime shoots up dramatically, right? Because it's like, okay, yeah, 10, 20, then it's 50, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 different combinations of dungeons, right? So that's the goal. And then you might just keep working at it and keep adding in more variation. It should hopefully reach a spot where every dungeon is just actually truly very unique. So that's the goal. It's hard though. It's definitely a lot of work. So, you know, it's hard to, you can't really compare yourself to other games like Binding of Isaac and stuff, because Binding of Isaac has been in development forever. I mean, when did that even come out? That came out in 2011. You know, that game's old. So of course it makes sense that the Binding of Isaac has a bunch of stuff to do. So yeah. But someday. Enemies can be really hard to add, honestly. Because it is a lot of work. There's a lot that goes into an enemy, because it's not only the animations that you have to do and just coming up with the idea in the first place, but it's also all the programming that goes into actually trying to implement their mechanics. It's easy with an enemy that's just like a little melee guy that attacks you, but trying to go for like entirely different like movement patterns, like enemies that avoid you or like come in for an attack and walk away again. It takes a lot of work to implement stuff like that. AI programming can be kind of hard. So what's up? First time chatter here. Quick question. How do you do the sword animation so it goes back and forth in every swing? Yeah. Killing's awesome, by the way. I appreciate it, yeah. So yeah, for that, you're absolutely correct. It is a tween. Actually, I think for this one it's not a tween, but you can do it with a tween just as easily. Basically, all I do is I just check, like, I'm kind of changing the rotation of the weapon every swing. So here's our player. And then every time we swing, it's going to say add 90 degrees of rotation to the weapon. Right, so here's our weapon. And so the weapon ends up over here. And then, basically, whenever you alternate between the swings, so the first swing goes plus 90, second swing will be minus 90, right? And it'll go back to its starting position. And then the third swing will just alternate again, plus 90, and then it'll move back down to here. So that's exactly how I do it. I think I do it with an animation player, but you could just as easily do a tween, and it would work completely fine. I do the animation player just because in the future I imagine I'm going to have some more unique weapon swing patterns, and so I want to be able to easily add those in without too much work. But this is all I have. The animation, I have swing forward and swing back. So all I do is I just say lerp really fast over here, so it does a swing. Lerp really fast back there. Lerp again. And then what I also do is it starts lerping back, actually. So like, as you can see when I swing this weapon, it'll go down, but it'll slowly start to raise back up as it charges for the next attack. So that's kind of how I have it set up. I have a sort of a timer in between each swing. So like if you don't swing fast enough, you don't get to do the combo, right? So like if I swing and then I don't do it fast enough, I can't click again. Like it'll just do this one swing. But if you hold down the mouse or just like hit at the right times, that's where you can queue up the triple swing. So, because basically how it's set up is like the cooldown for the first swing is whatever, the regular weapon cooldown, which is like 5 seconds, but then if you can get the combo for in between the attacks, it halves the time. So you can do like this little fast combo swing kind of thing. But yeah, I do all the animation stuff just with code because it's way easier. It's a whole lot of work if I were to, you know, with the animation stuff, actually draw that stuff out. That's stupid. That'd be way too hard. So yeah, that's how I do that. And yeah, then we also got the secondary attacks and stuff, but that's besides the point. You restart the animation player when it's leaping back and then attack. Yeah, so basically when you first swing, that starts the animation, and in the animation, it does this. It swings down and then slowly goes back up. So that's the whole animation, right? But if you hit the input in that like little combo window, it'll do the animation and then basically override that animation and play a new one for the other direction. So it's just like overriding the last animation that played, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's sort of how it's set up. And it works pretty well because you get this effect of like slashing back and forth instead of it just being a you know, because that's, I think I used to have it set up like that where it was just, you just do this, you just slash and slash, but that's not really how you fight with weapons, right? Because like when you attack with a weapon, you're gonna go in and slash multiple times because your hand is already on the other side. So that's why I set it up like that. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful. If you got any other questions about how I kind of set that system up, let me know. But it's honestly simpler than it seems. It's just saying move the rotation down here and then move it back up for the other swing. So it shouldn't be too bad. You could do it with tweens, or you could do an animation player like I did. The animation player for me is just, it's two different animations, right? It's the swing back and swing forward or whatever. So either way completely works. If you're not planning on having other attack types, like I'm probably going to have weapons that do like a stab motion and stuff. So that's why I have it in here, so I can add a stab animation. But yeah. Anyways, it's off season. Want a break from the ads? If you tap down to watch a short video, you'll receive 30 minutes of ad-free music. Man, how's it going, season? Alright, well that item thing is working. I think it'll be a nice little thing to have that. Might even add an option for like how long those last for or something. Like if it's just so that if you have a hard time reading, you can make it display longer, but I think it's probably fine. I don't think it seems like too short. I mean, because it's really just sort of a notifier to let you know, yeah, you picked up an item. You don't always necessarily want to have to read it out and focus on it, I guess, right? So I think that's fine how it is. Maybe just a smidge longer. But that's all I can think of. I have the minimum set to 1 second, but I think we should say 1.5 seconds, just so that it's a little more time to read it. But I think for the longer ones, it seems fine, right? So it just gives a little more time to read it. And then for the chainmail glove, that feels like a pretty good length. I don't want it to be like super long to where it stays on the screen for 20 seconds, right? So. But yeah, it's going. I'm tired. Just woke up, so I got about 5 hours for work, and I just had a shower. Got all the stink off. Nice, nice. Love to see it. Epic. Yeah, after I stream, if you want, I'm down to play some No Man's Sky. I know you asked earlier. Sorry that I'm never up at like 9 a.m. when you ask me to play. But this is way too early for me. I can't do it. But yeah. Okay, epic. Yeah, that's looking good. I don't think there's anything else I need to do with those. Only thing I can think of is like, maybe this is too short for people to read, but I don't think so. I think it's fine. It seems to be pretty much fine. Okay, then it should do Q free at the end. Yeah, Q free, so it should be all good to go. All right. Cool. So what's the next thing I wanted to do today? I know that took a while, but it's the kind of thing where it's like, it's a multifaceted addition, because not only did I add the thing that pops up, but I also restructured the inventory component and, you know, added in a function for a universal indicator that could be anything I want, right, for any item that I pick up and stuff. So, and I could maybe even set that system up so you don't even have to put in a number, but it's just like the name or whatever, which could totally work too. So all sorts of options for that. That's all good. I know I'm off Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so one of those days. Yeah. Oh yeah, Monday, because Elden Ring. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I should be free. I'm definitely free Tuesday. I mean, I can game Wednesday too after I stream, so yeah, that should work. Okay. What else do we have to do here? So I finally did it. This one. I can mark it off. The road was not easy, but we did it. Is there a way to quickly... I know there was a key or something to strike out things. I wish I could just do like Control B or something. Oh, wait. Well, that just made it bold. Hold on, maybe I'm actually onto something. Let's go look at the hotkeys. Toggle strike through is blank. Yeah, so let's add a key for that. I think I want to do like Control N. Nope, can't do that one. Control G. Nope, can't do that one. Control Q. I kind of want to do something else though, like Control D, Control A, Control W. Control A works, I guess. So now I can just go to this and say Control A and it'll automatically strike it out. It's just faster than having to actually write them. I'm probably not going to remember the keybind though. That's the only issue. I like Control S because it, well, Control S is save though. You can't really get rid of that one. All right, so now that that system is set up, I want to make it so that the fish will try and automatically go into your inventory if you have the space, right? Because it's just better that way, I think. So let's go here into fish. Fishing. Is it in... I think it's in start reel. Oh, it's right here. So this is where we go ahead and say add the item. So I'm gonna try this first. We're gonna say this is gonna be the item, right? So var fish item is that. We're gonna say if not inventory dot add item fish item, then we drop it on the ground. So essentially, we're just going to say try and add it into your inventory first, and then if it doesn't work, go ahead and drop it on the floor. So let's actually try that. Our inventory is full right now, so if we catch a fish, it should drop on the ground. Let's just make sure that that works. Yeah, so it drops on the ground. But let's say we actually have a spot in our inventory now. Let's go find a fish that I can grab. This guy maybe I can reach. Yes. And then he should just go straight into my inventory. Okay, so it did work, but I also have to call the thing. Right, so I have to say, let's see, how do I want to do this? Oh, you pinned in our DMs? Okay, epic. Sounds good. Control A auto shortcut to auto strike things out. That works. That works. Yeah. Okay. I guess what I want to do is, if it failed, do that. Otherwise, then I go ahead and say indicator, show item indicator .rpc ID. So check this out. So we're going to pass in the peer ID, which is name.toInt. Then what's the other thing? We need item the ID, amount, and position. So we're going to say the ID, which is hot item ID, the amount, and that's pretty much it. All right. Let us give that a try again. So, it should actually do the thing now. There we go, 1 clownfish. So that just kind of helps, because some people were saying that when they're on a boat and stuff in the ocean, it's really annoying having the fish drop on the ground. Because it's just really annoying, right? You know, I do have it set with text, but I wonder if it would look good if it was an icon. Also, we have ads starting in 1 second. Like, maybe it would be better if it just showed an icon of what you picked up or something, or maybe both. Maybe the text and icon. I don't know. Because I kind of like the idea of seeing visually the fish that you just grabbed, right? I know you can see it on the string, like, as you reel it in, but maybe it'd be nice if you could see it on the item pickup thing too, right? I don't know. I do not know. Also, if I have this thing appear on the player, I think I want to say position minus vector 208, just so that it's up a little bit. Because sometimes when this indicator spawns in right on the player's face, it's like hard to see it. Oops, I messed up. Juked me out. There we go. No. Oh, I'm messing up. What am I doing? That's a little better, I guess. I guess it's fine having it 8 above. I don't know. Maybe I'll do not that. I think something I might need to do is make the background solid. Just that it's always above everything so that you can see it. Because sometimes with the transparency stuff, it kind of blends in a little bit too much. Maybe give it like 150. Just to see what that looks like. Might be better. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I'm being very nitpicky about this, right? Wonder if I should do an image. I keep thinking about it. Like, would it be better if you could see what it looks like? Because I don't know. One thing for fishing is I feel like a little disappointed that the player doesn't like hold up the fish and smile on, you know? Alright, ads are over also. My apologies. I kind of do feel like I want the fish to, like, be held up. And I want the guy to be proud of his awesome fish. I might also set this a little lower, I think. Again, I'll set it to 75 just so we're consistent. I guess if it's really a problem for people, they can just disable the player names like that. But I don't know. Okay, so it's working. I would really love to have a thing where we hold up the fish. You have different reactions, different fish. Yeah, so you like, yeah. Get sad if you get a tiny fish, and then happy if it's a big, cool fish. Be funny. I mean, honestly, it would be pretty easy to do a frame for that because I wouldn't even do an animation. It would just be the player just like looking up at the fish with two hands, I guess. I guess hands. Yeah, I guess so. You know, something I realized about the skin system we have is that the hands don't change color. It's kind of an issue, isn't it? Because like with the rod and the shovel and all that. Yeah, that's kind of going to be a whole thing. Well, I will work on that, I guess, because I had to make the hands a consistent color. So I guess that's fine. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll write it down just so I don't forget. Color to player. Also, we finished the fish go directly in inventory. Control A. Mod dependencies we haven't done yet. Custom skins I'm gonna move down then. Yeah, some of these I'd like to do. Description for land tiles. I could add a description so it says like... Also, I said that you can craft land tiles with stone. Can you? I don't think you can. I think I accidentally lied to somebody. Oh well. I think that was incandescent. I think I told incandescent that you can craft land tiles with stone. That was a major mistake. Oh well. My bad. Yeah, I actually don't think you should be able to. Because I'd rather have it work with money. Okay. Anyways, what's the plan here? Land tiles shape the world in your image. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna add just a quick little description onto it, so it's just like a little description of what they actually do. Maybe, or that... I don't know. Well, okay, I guess one of the problems that people said or whatever, what was confusing to them, was that you couldn't place them down by putting them in your inventory. Like this. And then trying to build with them. Right? So maybe I'll actually make it so that if you're hovering over a land tile or something in your slot, then it lets you... It automatically selects the land tile as the thing you're building. I don't know, that's kind of a whole thing, though. Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about how I want to do that. I guess I could just say, like, can be placed in the build menu. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go to the translations. Let's go to descriptions. Oh, I already added it. Fills in water tiles with land. I'll just add a new thing that is can be placed from the build menu once unlocked. Sure. I don't know. We'll see what that looks like in game. And then let's go add the description to it. Let's search for the items table. Land tile. Description. Key building land tile. Okay, so that'll say fills in water tiles with land can be placed from the build menu. Oh, that's the wrong land tile. That was the one for the building. No wonder I'm no. Okay, that's the wrong one. Let's see. Where would I want to add this then? I guess it has to be down near the items right here. So one row above. That really should be in the buildings. I don't know why it's there. Can I just move this row up? Yeah, you can. How do I move a row? I mean, you can insert below and above. I know you can move it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't know what this extra gap is here. Oh, it's the one I just created. Key description land tile. Can be built in building menu. Can be placed. Okay. Let's get this all fixed here. Alright, so that'll just be a little helpful indicator for people that's like, how do I actually place this thing down? Alright. Okay, that's done. Let's go mark it off. There's a lot more things I want to do. I would like to get this working, linking inventories to Steam IDs. It's a little bit of a complicated thing because it means I'm going to have like two types of players. Because it's like I got one that's like a Steam player that is saved in the data, right? With an inventory associated with a Steam ID. And then ones that doesn't. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm going to have to figure out how I want to do that. But we'll figure it out somehow. That I don't think I have enough time for on this stream, so I'm not going to get started on it if I can't finish it. But yeah, I would like a little thing where it's just the player kind of holds up the fish for just a second so you can see what you actually caught. I mean, I like, it's fine sort of how it is. There's nothing necessarily wrong. You know, just casting out and then the fish goes in your inventory. But I think you kind of miss out on some spectacle, right? And a lot of fishing games, I think one of the fun parts about it is when you just battle this fish, right? And then you get to, like, hold it up in victory, you know? Like, look at me, I did it. Right? Because this is fine and all, but I'd like to, like, hold this above my head and be like... you know? So, yeah. And I could just have a thing where it zooms in on the player above the head or something and zooms back out really quick. Maybe I could do that. I'll have to change some stuff with the camera, because right now the camera will just always perfectly follow the player. I do some lerping and stuff for the camera movement. Actually, I don't even think I do. I think I used to have lerping on the camera, but now that there's lerping on the player, I don't think it really lerps. Actually, no, it does. It definitely does. Never mind. I'm stupid. Okay. But yeah, I would like to do that. Doesn't mean we're probably going to want to have to kind of implement this with this whole UV system thing we got going on, which is hard. But we can try. I want to grab the idle player, and I actually just want to make the frame first before I try to link it to that. So if we go down to player in here, it's got to be the idle player. Where is it? Here we go. So this is the default frame for the player. There's 16 by 16. Actually, I guess technically this one's the default frame, isn't it? I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Do this one, why not? So I just want a frame where the player's looking straight at the camera and sort of holding the fish up. So it's weird because the player's at like a side perspective a little bit, so I'm gonna have to like change this, right? So that the player is looking straight front. I guess I'll just move that leg out. Excuse me. I know it looks stupid, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. So this will be the player straight on. A little cursed, honestly. And then he's going to be looking straight at the front. Why does this look so cursed? Something is definitely weird here, though. I want his face to be looking up at the fish, right? I think it's the head. I don't know if moving the head out would be a good idea, but we can try it. It's weird. I mean, it works, but it is just odd, right? Yeah, I could maybe do like some leg. You kind of see the side of the leg. But that just kind of looks weird, I feel like. Yeah. Unless I like make the legs kind of like curved out or something, so it's like sort of stanced up, you know? So almost like this, where it's like... I don't know. I guess this is fine to leave it like this. I'm pretty sure that's how I have the skin. So the skin just has 3 on the front. So this is the front of the body. So I guess I'll be true to that, right? Because, yeah, that's not the front. So he's too long. Let's just do this. It'll probably look more normal. And I have to make sure the front of the head is normal too, because like this is his face. So it's got to be like this. Yeah. So that does work. I mean, if he was looking straight on, his head would just be square, but that feels very cursed to me. I don't know. Right, because his head would just be shaped like this as he's looking up. But I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of weird. Right? I mean, it does work technically. I guess it's fine. It doesn't look like super weird. This is gonna be a whole thing to work on this one. Because he's gonna have his hands and stuff too, right? So it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be weird with different faces, because like some people might go like and stuff, you know. Guess it looks like he's looking up. The only thing is just the body. It seems weird that his body would get thinner when it's front on, right? Because the body's only 7 pixels wide, but the legs, the front of the legs are 3. So I don't know, it just feels right to move it out like this. I know he looks very thick and wide, but I think it'll be better that way. And then maybe this would be the inside of his leg. Just so it's not so weird. I don't know. It's kind of hard. I don't know what I'd want this to look like. I mean, I guess that could be the side of his body. Like that. And then for the legs, it could be like... Maybe that's also the side of his leg or something. Like that. And then his hands, just for reference, would be up here like this. Right, so it'd be holding the fish above his head like that. And they'd be outlined, so it'd be like, you know... like that or something. That looks fine to me. I mean, it doesn't really look that weird. It just looks weird when it's like this and without the context of being able to see the fish. But I think it'll be fine. I don't know how I want this to be. I don't want to get rid of the backpack. I mean, maybe I do want the sides of the legs like that. Or maybe I'll just do that. Is there an empty chair? It's a whole thing. But once upon a time, somebody wanted a chair cam. So I didn't want to have to do some weird setup with my actual chair, so I just found a photo of my chair and put it in the corner. So that's the chair cam. Yeah. Sometimes you forget about it, you know? No. Wonder if I want to do that. But I have to make sure whatever I put in here will work with the skin, right? That's the thing. I think that'll look fine. Unless I did like this, or the bottom of his head was dark. But nah, it's okay. See, what's the size of his face? So his face is 11 by 6. So it will be like that. So I could technically move his head out more if I wanted, sort of like that. Just to make his... I don't know. But I don't know if I really like that. Probably just stick with that. How would it look if it was just solid white? I think it's fine. Okay, so anyways, this is going to be the fish frame. What do I even call this? Also, I didn't actually make his body wider. I probably should. But then his face isn't centered, so that is one issue. Then his middle stripe thing would be weird. I think he'd look weird like that. It's okay if it's like offset a pixel. Doesn't really matter. Okay, I'll just call this player fish catch. Player catching. Player caught. Sure. I guess I'll try and add in that little animation. I mean, I don't think it'll be too hard, hopefully. I just have to enable the cutscene thing for a minute before I give the item and stuff. Oh no, I'm gonna fail. Ooh. Might be okay, actually. This is a tricky fish. Is this a big fish? No, it's a medium. Hey, David, welcome in the stream. What's going on? This guy's called Squimp, right? Yeah. Just making sure I didn't mess up or something. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? So, after you catch a fish, it'll do this start reel function. If we go back to the player. How much is working in your own game? Nice. My dog is here. You know. Come on down here. Okay. So in the player we have start reel. This is where actually this just starts the reeling, but we don't want to do, because we have cancel fishing, so this will fully stop the fishing. Sets the minigame to false and all that business, right? So I guess that's sort of the one that we want to do at the very last moment. Didn't just get left down here, did he? Well, let's see. Because this is where it does the animation, and so honestly here I could probably do it here, where I run a function and stuff, and then, I mean, that would work. And then just keep the callback until we're done with our little animation. So we would just say tween.tween callback. I guess because you can do multiple callbacks, I learned. And then you just say main sprite dot play animation. Or something. Or honestly, what we do is just have like a variable that gets set. So callback is going to call a function, right? Yeah, it's going to call a callable. So we can actually just say function holding fish is true, right? And then just say set delay for like 2 seconds or something. And then up at the top we set our variable. So our holding fish is false. And then in cancel fishing, that's where we go ahead and say holding fish is false again. And then also in our movement stuff, we have to say if not holding fish, right? So we have cutscene lock, movement lock. I guess really what we want is cutscene lock. Yeah, there's a lot of these where I check if it's not in a cutscene. I mean, really, that's what it is, right? If we're the player, we're in a cutscene, sort of. So if we go to start reel, then I'll just go ahead and say, let's see, for set delay, I think it does it and then it does the delay. We'll just say holding fish is true. We're gonna have to do this. Then we'll also say cutscene lock is true. Because that's what we do for like when the player's moving into the star launcher. And then on cancel fishing, we'll just go ahead and say cutscene lock is back to false. So let's give this a try. So it's not going to actually do anything right now because we don't have the sprite and stuff in the game, but what it should do is just kind of pause the player for 2 seconds. And should make it so we can't move and stuff, right? So let's just see what it does. So hopefully it reels in and then stops for 2 seconds. Okay, so kind of. It did reel in, but it didn't actually make us stop. And so I think the reason why that happened is because... let's see, let's go back down. So I think when we set the delay, it's the delay for the next one, not necessarily the current one. So I think if I do set delay here, yeah, after which it'll start interpolating. Okay, so actually the one I want to do then is this one. I want to set a delay on this tween callback. Also, I will be right back while the ad plays. I am back. Okay, so that should work now, I hope. I think it didn't work before because it basically just immediately canceled the fishing, so the delay stopped. So it's like, okay, well then, doesn't even matter. Let's check this. It should do the cutscene lock thing. It's only ads for people on Twitch, so if you're on YouTube, there is no ad. Yeah, so see, now I can't move, and that's where we would do the little animation of holding the fish above. I think that'd be fun. Okay. I probably will also make it so that you don't move your hand around when you're in the cutscene lock. Which is in here. We're gonna say, and not cutscene lock. Because I think there's only a couple places where I actually use cutscene lock is equal to true. Let me make sure here. It's on the player, so it's like, yeah, when you're in the escape pod, when you're about to go into a star launcher, when you're dying. Yeah. So in all those cases, I don't really want the player to be able to move around because they're dead or whatever, they're frozen. Okay, ads are over. And also you ask what docs I'm using. This is just the built-in Godot documentation. So on all these functions and stuff and variables in here, if you hold control and then you left click on it, it will open the documentation to that on that function. So very, very nice. Very convenient and easy. I highly recommend it. It's just super helpful because it's like, okay, I need to see like what set delay does, and it's like, okay, after whatever. So it's just super useful. Yeah, I recommend using that. Okay, so that should be pretty much it. I would like this to also make the other fishing stuff go away though, right? So in cancel fishing, we say the bobber and the item are invisible. So I'm actually gonna do that and start reel. I'm gonna say do that, make the bobber invisible, because I don't want to see the fish on the fishing rod. So let's go catch another fish. This guy is ripe for the pickings. Yeah, so now it just shows like, there we go. So this should be nice. This will give people an opportunity to see the size of the fish they caught and stuff, which is nice. So it'll be cool to add this in. This actually isn't too bad. I thought this was going to be way harder, but it's actually not like that terrible. So that's kind of cool. But yeah. Hopefully I can get this working where it will set the animation properly. I have to say main sprite.play, and I'm just going to say hot. So let's add the other animation. We're gonna go get the sprites, and it's gonna be player caught. Right here. So it should just play that animation as soon as this stuff happens. Now, I don't know if it's gonna try and reset the animation, because I have like code and logic that switches between idle and walking and all that business, so it might think that it's like, oh, well, you're not moving, go ahead and swap it back to idle. Yeah, see, it does. Unless it's actually just because the animation doesn't exist. That's probably what it is, honestly. So, let me go check on that. And what I could do is just add code that says, if holding fish, then don't change it. So that's probably what I'll do, actually. Let's just go search around on play. Actually, it's .play.rpc, I think, or something, or is it play animation? Yeah. This is where we do the stuff, the idle and walking. So I'm just gonna say if has died and not holding fish, right? Should be pretty easy change. So let's go try that again. And then we just have to have one last little bit of code, which is just hands and then the fish sprite above the hands, and then we're done. So it should be pretty easy. I could have like a, I don't know if it would work. Like, I would like to be able to, yeah, make the player sad when it's a bad fish, but it's kind of hard to do that. Okay, let's go give this a try. Single player. Yeah. Here, hopefully it just sets the frame to the player looking up, holding the fish, and then it goes back to idle. It's a minor thing, but it's just a fun little bonus, you know? It makes it feel more rewarding to catch a fish. And that's sort of what this update's about anyways. It's about all these minor little, like, kind of sometimes stupid things that I want to add, but sometimes kind of awesome things. So he doesn't change his animation yet. I'm not really sure why. Did I get any kind of debug message about that? There's no animation with name caught. I forgot to rename it. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, I might expand out the width of his head when he's looking up, because his head does look pretty wide from the side, so I think it's like, it wouldn't look that weird if it's wider when it's on the front. Yeah, so now he looks up. Yeah, because it does look like his head is really tiny all of a sudden, right? If we look at that. So I think I will do that. Just a little bit. All right. Yeah, what's up, Oshik? And also, if holding fish, I want all the hands and stuff to be invisible. What? What do I mean, caught? I mean, caught as in he caught a fish. Not in any other capacity. What do you think? What did you think? I meant. I think I meant something else, something bad, like the player got caught. Yeah, what enemy gets you? Dude, don't put ideas in my head. Careful. I might make an enemy catch the player now and hang them upside down or something. Yeah. Oh, man. Also, it doesn't play the pop noise here, but I would like it to. Play sound pickup. So let's go back to the player. This is when you pick up an item. Right, so if it adds it, then say show the indicator. Why do I say caught item ID? Oh yeah, this is when you pick up an item from fishing. So I'll say play sound.rpc pickup. Okay. Alright. Well, that's pretty much implemented now. The only thing left is just showing the sprite above and like a sound and stuff, but you know, I will work on that. And maybe like a little box, and maybe zoom the camera in toward the center of the fish, just so that it's like, if you're really zoomed out, you can actually see the fish and the text and stuff easier. But I will probably work on that soon. Not on this stream though, because I'm out of time. But it's okay, because we're getting things done. Much more productive than Wednesday. Wednesday, like, nothing happened, but today I'm actually doing things and making the game better. I mean, I've already fixed a lot of bugs. This is why sometimes it's good to go through this stuff and refactor, because you accidentally find a lot of issues that were actually there the whole time and you just didn't realize. So it can be good to do that. Starting to consider remaking old programs by using Godot. That'd be awesome, honestly. Yeah, I've almost like kind of done that a little bit, where I'm like, also, Ken, you created all those graphics. Yes, I did all of the art for the game. Every single sprite or icon or anything you see in the game, I drew. So it's a lot of work to draw all that, but it's cool though. Video editor, shaders, and easy 3D. Oh man. Video editor might be kind of hard in Godot. I don't know how that would exactly work, but I wish you luck though. let me know if it works out, because I'd love to use it. I do really hate the video editors on the market right now, so. Who do we want to raid? What I use for that, I use paint.net. It's a Windows art program. So, you know, it works okay. I would probably recommend using Sprite if you're thinking about doing some pixel art stuff. Don't use paint.net, but paint.net is okay if you're on Windows and you need something that can do pixel art, but then also just regular art stuff. Just hit 20k points. Nice. Congrats. Probably not make it. Yeah, that would be kind of hard, wouldn't it? But hey, let me know though. But yeah, it is actually kind of fun to make programs, honestly. In Godot. Also, you said for graphics and sounds. So I just use paint.net for the art, for the graphics. The sounds I do usually in Premiere, but I wouldn't recommend that. You could probably use Audacity or maybe FL Studio if you have it. Stuff like that. It's probably going to be better that way. Just random ideas I wish someone made. Yeah. I feel that. Piskel works too. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. I do think Sprite is the ultimate program for pixel art stuff, if that's what you're only doing, right? But of course every other program works fine too. Okay. We're gonna pick somebody to raid. Who do we want to raid? Let's see what Dobbs is up to. Mute the stream, please. Twitch. I don't know what's up with my Twitch. Oh, it's like broken. What's happening? Okay, very weird. Sure. Start using paint.net and I can't use other programs because of different keybinds. That's me. That's me right now. Yeah. Because I started with paint.net and that's what I've been using forever. So trying to use any other program than paint.net is really hard for me. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Kind of screwed myself. Yeah, that's Kanye. Psycho asked me to put him in the background, so. But yeah, he just kind of chills there in the chatting screen. Alright. That's going to be it for today. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Decent okay progress today, I'd say. We got some things done. I got the inventory stuff working. We did fix a lot of bugs, which is always good. And the little fish animation thing should be fun, so. We press S while in selection on Sprite, it makes a border. Yucky. Yeah. But yeah, Starground is available on Steam if you want to check it out. V11 came out pretty recently. That was on the 7th, so just a week ago. And yeah, feel free to join the Discord. Where is my window? Oh, that's weird. It's a part of OBS. Feel free to join the Discord. There's usually sneak peeks and other stuff going on in there. And, yeah. This update will be up pretty soon. It's just going to be sort of a smaller quality of life, random bits update, right? So, yeah. But I am going to start the raid. We're going to go raid Dobbs. And, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I'll be here tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. MST. Around that time. So I'll be honest, sometimes I'm usually late. So let's say 3:30. But around that time, yeah. You'll get pinged on the Discord if you want. But all right. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. I'm starting the raid right now. Ah. It's weird doing it through OBS. Okay. Bye, gamers.